In today's video, we are going to build a fully featured local-first shopping list application that you can download right now from the App Store. See the link in the description. The technologies that we are going to use to build this include Expo as our React Native framework. Using Expo allows us to have fully support for web, Android, and iOS. So this is going to be a universal application. We'll also use TinyBase, a reactive data store for local-first applications. TinyBase provides many great abstractions and reactive queries, enabling faster development. It also offers great first-class support for synchronization using durable objects from Cloudflare. That's right, this is a local-first application, not a local-only application, meaning we'll deploy our sync server to Cloudflare. This setup unlocks real-time collaboration and synchronization across multiple devices or users sharing the same shopping list. TinyBase will handle offline support, and when users come back online, the data will seamlessly sync across devices. Internally, our app will need authentication to enable users to access their individual shopping lists, as well as shared shopping lists. For this, we'll use Clerk. This is my first time using Clerk in a real application, and I can confidently say that integrating authentication has never been easier. We'll implement a custom email flow to authenticate users. Clerk provides first-class support for React Native applications with many authentication options. In this case, we choose email authentication to speed up the App Store review process. However, let me know in the comments if you'd like a follow-up video integrating Google or any other providers. To make our app more user-friendly, we'll also implement an invite system that supports deep linking to our application using Expo Router, as well as invitations via QR codes, allowing users to join existing lists. Now, before we jump into the demo, I want to point out that this video covers a lot of material. I recommend following along with me step by step. That said, if you feel like I'm moving too slowly, feel free to use the video timestamps to jump ahead. You can also change the video playback speed if you prefer. I personally use 1.5 speed when I want to move faster. Also, the app is open source and you can find the link to the repo in the description. You're welcome to contribute, clone it, make it your own, and ship your own version. I also want to extend a special thanks to James Pierce, the creator of TinyBase, which helped me build this application and bring such amazing resource to my community. If you're interested in learning more about local first approaches and TinyBase, definitely give him a follow. If you find this video helpful and want to support the channel, you can learn how to do so in the description below. And now let's start building. Alrighty guys, so we are ready for the demo, and to show you how this is going to work, I'm using my iPhone 15 Pro, which is using the iPhone mirroring new application for Macs, and on the right side I have an iPhone 13 Pro that you can barely see here on camera. So this is how it looks on the App Store. So I'll just go ahead and download. Let's follow the flow from downloading the application. This is how it looks. This is the first view. And by the way, I already had my account in here. And as you can see, in both devices, I have the same data because in this case, I'm using the same account, which is Beto Muedano. And by the way, I have some UI broken there. By the way, I can apply this. Yeah, there's a fix on an update. So now it's applied. But yeah, so because I'm using the same account, if I open the settings in both, and by the way, this is compatible with light and dark mode. Let me just go ahead and change this to be light so that we can see both at the same time. Yeah, so I'm using the same account, so I'll just go ahead and sign out. And let's go ahead and create a new account. So I'll say sign up, and I'll enter an email and password. Okay, so I'm gonna be using my Gmail email, and after I press sign up, you can see that now it's asking me to verify my email. So because we are using Clerk, we are going to get an email. Okay, so I got the email and I have the verification code. So I'll just say paste, and this is my verification code. Now, let me point out that this is great. This is really cool that we can get personalized emails. We can set our images and our icons for our application, and we can also customize these emails for the sign up and sign in process with Clerk. So let's go ahead and verify this. We're going to learn more about that in a moment. I'll just go ahead and verify my sign up, and suddenly I have a new account. Now, if I go to my profile screen or the settings screen, you can see that this is a different email. This is why we don't have the same stuff, right? So let's close this and let's create a new list. So I'll say create list. Hello, YouTube. and we can, select an emoji like an apple and select a color. We have many items in here. And yeah, so I'll just go ahead and say create list, and this is my list. So 0 products, I don't have anything in here. Let's go ahead and say number 1, this is my first product, and this is how it looks. Now, because this also works on web, let me bring the website. All right, so here I have the website, and let me just go ahead and sign out. And now I'm going to log in with my new account using my Gmail account. So I'll say sign in, and I'll say no. And just because I'm signing in, I'm getting my new product. And on the web, I can start adding items like hello from web and hit enter. And you can see that on my real device, and this is the deployed application, by the way, that is using the sync server, it's getting the item in real time. But which is more crazy is that I can come here to the item and start changing stuff. And you can see that this is updating on my real device in real time. So changing stuff here, and yeah, every time that I type something, we can see the updates on the device. Now, we have 2 users, so let's go ahead and invite my new account to a new list in here. So let me just clear this on the left. I'll clear this, and let's create a new one. So I'll create a new list, shared list, and let's create a list. Okay, so here we have the list, and let's add 1 product just for testing. Cool. And now I'll press the shared button. We get this beautiful screen, and we can scan this QR code. And there's a couple ways of doing this. So the first one is going to be opening the camera of the device, right? So here I have my camera open, and if I point it to this QR code, it's saying open shopping list because I already have the app installed, and this is going to handle a deep link to my joined list screen. So let's see how this works. I'll press the open in shopping list, and this is taking me to the create a new list screen, and also is already setting this value, which is the ID of the list that I want to join. And from here, I can press the join list, and boom, there we have it. So now if I dismiss this screen, I can start adding stuff from my other account. And you can see that it's appearing here, and the same thing is going to work. So if I start updating, oops. Well, you can see that it's updating in real time. And I can toggle these items, I can mark them as done, and they are going to work just fine. And in this case, we have 2 users. So if I go back, you can see that now we have 2 users, and we have the initials, which is V and B. Both of my usernames start with B, but we can learn more about who created this item. For example, this was created by Beto Muedano 01, and the other one just, yeah, it's actually the same person. So let's see. Let's just add some random numbers. And if I press here, you can see that in this case, it's only Beto Muedano, which is my other email. As soon as I start adding items, so in this case, on the right, you can see that the product count is updating. So let's see, let's just add some random values. And in here, I can come and quickly delete them if I want to. So as you can see, we're using a swipeable component, and we can swipe to delete, which is really cool. Another features is that we can change the color, and you can also see the changes in real time. If you are on the screen or if you are out of the screen, you can also see the changes. So if I change the emoji to be a lemon or a banana, and then change the color to be like a yellowish, this is how it looks. So that doesn't look very well. We need a different color. Yeah, so that's how it looks. So overall, real-time functionality across multiple platforms, across multiple devices, across multiple users. So I'm super excited. And on top of that, this is going to work offline. This is a tricky, I would say a tricky functionality to showcase. So what I'll do is that I'll, let's say that I'm going to be on my real device, and I'm going to turn off Wi-Fi. Okay, so suddenly I get cellular data is turned off, so I'll say okay. And on the app, we're going to have as well a check so that we let the user know that they are offline. So in this case, I'm saying you can keep using the app. Your changes will be saved locally and sync when you're back online. So we were collaborating with the other user, and the other user is still online here in dark mode. So let's start doing stuff. And by the way, I want to point out that you can see the Wi-Fi icon here, and that is because my phone is connected to the computer. But trust me that I'm offline, because if I start adding stuff, adding offline and enter, you can see that now this only lives in my device. So we can start moving stuff around, like even editing records that we had before. And let's add one more, and I'll call this one offline. Let's see if I can write. Okay, cool. So I have now 2 items. I'm offline. And let's say that on the left, the other guy created a new item. And let's call this one item online. By the way, we can add more notes and things like that in here. But yeah, so I'll just go ahead and say save. And the device that is online has now 3 items. And the one that is offline has 4 items, right? So when we go back online, I'll turn on my Wi-Fi again. If we wait a second, you can see that the data gets synced. So now we end up with the same state in both devices. So what happened is that I marked these 3 as done, and they were marked as done as well. And we fetched the new data, which is the item online. And you can see it here in my device, and I can start toggling. And we also push the data that we created. And no conflicts. The conflicts are being handled by TinyBase in the background, so we don't need to worry about that. It's actually a pretty complex algorithm that it's hard to understand. But if you want to learn more, you can go to TinyBase. You can check the TinyBase website and also learn more about CRDTs, for example, and how synchronization is handled in local first applications. So that's the functionality. It works offline, it works online, and users own their data because we have a local database on each device. And I could actually have a feature or a screen that allow users to download their databases. And this also works on web and Android. So this is going to be using Cloudflare Durable Objects to handle this synchronization in the background. And basically what we are doing is creating a new Cloudflare Durable Object each time that we create a new list. This allows us to add many users to the same list and share the list individually and synchronize them individually. And we are also going to be creating a durable object or a server to handle all the list that a user has. So that means that if one user deletes this shared list, for example, so I'll delete this one, and this list still exists in this device. Okay, so that's one I would say feature, because we are not losing the data on the device that still has these products, but now we are not able to contribute to that list because we deleted it. So what we can do here is just delete as well if you want, or invite the user again. And by the way, I was forgetting, the first time we use a deep link, and we can also do the same to join a list. And we have this option to scan the QR code. And now we are accessing permissions of the camera. So I'll say grant permissions and allow. And here I have my camera. So if I point this to my QR code, we are going to learn as well how to do this, how to detect this QR code. And if I go away, you can see that we get this title that says point the camera to a valid shopping list QR code. And we are going to validate that this is a valid shopping list code. So if I point it again, we have this QR code detected, and we can press the join list button. And this is going to take me back to the list, just like magic. And if we have clever users that want to join the same list twice, nothing is going to happen. It's just going to take them to the one that it already exists. So yeah, we can do that from within the app or from the camera app using a deep link. The only requirement is that users need to have the application installed already. Okay. And we also have this shared list code, which is going to open this view, and we can share the code so that users can copy it. That's basically the demo. So we have many features. It's hard to, I would say, to demo because we need many users to prove the authentication, and it also works offline. So yeah, I'm super excited for this. And I think now we are ready to start building. So before we start, you're gonna need a Clerk account to integrate the authentication flow. We're also gonna need a Cloudflare account to use durable objects and deploy our application, our server application. If you don't want to deploy this, you don't need an account. But if you want to deploy your server, you're gonna need to pay $5 to Cloudflare in order to use durable objects. At least at the time that I'm recording this video, you need to pay $5. But maybe at the time that you are watching this video, it's free. I heard some rumors that they are going to include it in the free tier. Okay, so this is going to be like a full stack application. So I would recommend that you have a client in a server folder. I think this is the command. And then the name is going to be shopping list video and hit enter. Now we can see the into shopping list video. And I'll open this in VSCode. So I'll say code. Okay, so here we have our project, and the next thing is going to be create a client folder, and then let's also create a server folder. The server folder is going to include the code for our server, and it's going to be very easy, don't worry. It's just the connection through TinyBase. So TinyBase provides many abstractions, and it's going to be very easy, don't worry. In the client, we are going to have our Expo application. So let's go ahead and open the terminal and cd into the client. Let's start by creating our Expo app. So I run the command bun create. I'm going to be using bun. You can use npm, pnpm, yarn, whatever. I would recommend using bun because it works great and it's fast. So I'll say bun create Expo app. You can say latest to make sure that you're using the latest version. And then the name of the application. My app is inside the client. I'll just pass a dot. That means use the current folder to create the project. So let's go ahead and hit enter. Okay, and I got some warnings. I'll just ignore them for now. I'm not sure what that means. Let's see if this works. So I'll install dependencies. Let's say bun install. Cool, that worked. Now I'll say bun start. And by the way, TinyBase fully supports Expo Go, which means we can use Expo Go to develop the application, which is going to allow us to build faster because we don't have to create development build. Although you can create a development build if you want to. And if you don't know what is a development build and what's the difference between Expo Go and a development build, I will link in the description a video that I created myself, or here in the Expo channel, that you can check out to make it clear what are the difference. So in this case, I'm going to be using Expo Go. So let's open this on my simulator by pressing I. And here we have the app. It's loading. And this is the Hello World application. So that was quick. Okay, so next thing, let's install the dependencies that our application is going to need. So I'll stop the server. Okay, so I think I have all the dependencies that we need in here. So I'm running npx expo installed, and we're going to be using Clerk Expo. So this is going to be for authentication with Clerk. They provide a nice SDK that we can utilize. We're going to install as well Expo Camera. This is going to be so that we can scan QR codes and take users to the shopping list that they are joining. Then we're going to need as well Expo Crypto. Expo Crypto, it's actually needed for Clerk as per dependency. And also we're going to use Expo Crypto to generate unique identifiers for each record that we create. So for example, when we create a new shopping list, we need to attach an ID to that shopping list. So we're going to be using Expo Crypto to generate this ID. Then Expo Network. Expo Network makes it easy to check whether the user is online or offline. So to check that, we're going to need that. Then Expo Secure Store. This is another per dependency for Clerk, because Clerk is going to store the token of the user locally, internally, but we need to have Expo Secure Store. So yeah, that's for that. Expo Secure Store, by the way, encrypts data, and that's secure. So it's recommended when you are integrated authentication to use secure store instead of just using async storage, for example. And then Expo SQLite. Expo SQLite, it's a per dependency for TinyBase. TinyBase uses Expo SQLite under the hood to store data offline that lives in the device, right? And then React Native QR Code SVG. This is a very cool package that will allow us to generate QR codes for each specific shopping list. So when the user wants to share a shopping list, we're going to generate a unique identifier or a unique QR code for that list that then users can scan and join the list. A pair dependency for the QR code SVG is going to be React Native SVG, so we need to install it. And then we have Reconnecting WebSocket. Reconnecting WebSocket, it's a package that will allow us to reconnect once to the WebSocket, I guess, once the user comes back online. So usually when you go offline or when you block your phone, and if you were in the application and if you block your phone, the WebSocket connection is going to be closed. So when you unlock your phone again, or if you come online again after turning off and on your Wi-Fi, the WebSocket is not going to reconnect. So we're going to be using this helper library to reconnect to the WebSocket once we detect that we are connected to the internet. And finally, TinyBase. So TinyBase is going to be, like I mentioned before, the library that is going to allow us to manage the store and have reactive queries and make the sync and everything. So let's go ahead and hit enter. Now, as a side note, while this is being installed, you can see that we're going to need as well some of the dependencies that are already installed with the Expo template. So just make sure that you have these if you're going to be following along from a different project. We're going to be using React Native Navigation version 7, Expo SDK 52, and it comes with Expo Blur, Expo Haptics, font, linking, status bar, symbols. This is going to be for icons. So many cool stuff that we already have in here. We're going to be using it in the app. So make sure that you install these live dependencies if you're going to be following from a different project. Now, lastly, we need a dev dependency for Clerk, and it's going to be the types. So let's say bon install dev Clerk types. And here we have them. So this is just for have type safety when using Clerk. All right, and I think that's all we need. So the next thing that I want to do is integrate authentication in our application. Like I mentioned before, we're going to be using email to authenticate users using Clerk. So let's go ahead and go to the Clerk website. Okay, so here we are in the Clerk website, and I'll just go to my dashboard. I already have an account. And here you can see that I have some users, by the way, on the real app. I have 18 users at the moment. Of course, 5 of them are dummy users. But yeah, so this is how it looks, the dashboard of Clerk. And what I'll do now is just come at the top and create a new application. And in this case, we need to select which providers and which kind of authentication options we're going to have for our application. And I really like Clerk. It makes it very easy. So in this case, I want email. I'll just go ahead and turn off Google for now. And let's name this application, and I'll create the application. Okay, and after a second, we have our new project. So this is a brand new, and even you can select the framework that you're going to be using. So in this case, you can select Expo, and you're going to see that we need the dependencies that we already installed. So as you can see, basically, we're roughly going to follow this flow in here. We need to specify our publishable key so that Clerk knows our application and identifies it via this publishable key. And then we have even the code of how to integrate email authentication. So basically we're going to do that. As I mentioned before, we're also going to need Expo Secure Store to store the token locally in a secure manner. And that actually helps as well. Even when I deleted the application and installed the application again, my session was stored securely in the device using the keychain for iOS applications. So that means that when I delete the application and download it again, if we had a session before, the user doesn't have to log in again, which is cool. And yeah, so here we have the code. If you want, feel free to follow along here and read it. But basically, yeah, that's all we need to do here. Now the next thing is just copy this environment variable, which is your publishable key. And let's go back to the project. Inside the client, let's go ahead and create a new .env file. This is going to be the environment variable, and just go ahead and paste your publishable key. This is just so that you don't send this to GitHub. It's a good idea to keep this private. So I'm showing this key because I'm going to delete this project after I finish recording this video, but you keep it secret, okay? And I think that's all we need to configure Clerk. Now let's close that and let's start organizing our flow. So we're going to be using Expo Router. This is the default on new templates using Expo. And by default, we have these tabs, right, that we can see here on the right. So if you remember in the real app, in the example app, we are not using tabs. So let's get rid of those. And let's start from zero. So I'll just go ahead and delete the tabs, move to trash. And also in the layout, we're going to need to delete many things. So what we need to do now is create like the authentication flow, right? So in this case, we have a stack because we don't have authentication in this application, but we're going to be using authentication. So what I'll do is that instead of having this stack, I'll just delete it. And we are going to be using a slot from Expo Router. A slot is basically like a placeholder for a navigation flow that is going to be loaded based on if we have a user or not, authenticated user or not. So let's use this slot in here. And now inside the app folder, I'm going to create two segments. One is going to be for unauthenticated users, which is the authentication flow, the sign in, the sign up, forget password. And then the other one is going to be my main application or my index app for authenticated users. So let's go ahead and create these two segments. I'm going to be using parentheses, and this one is going to be called Auth. And inside Auth, I'm going to create a layout.tsx file. And this is how it looks. So I can simply grab this and copy paste, and this is going to generate a copy. But the copy is going to be for my index. And you can call this like app or whatever. In this case, I like index. Okay, so let's start with the index. So we have this layout, and also we have this layout in here. We don't have anything yet. Let's go ahead and create a new index.tsx file. This is going to be like my entry screen for this project. So I'll say export default function, and this is going to be my sign in screen. And let's return for now a view from React Native. And then we can have a text. By the way, the template comes with some components. So in here we have a theme text and a theme view. And this theme text, it's already compatible with dark mode. So if we switch to dark mode, you can see that the text is changing to black and white, between white and black and white. So I'll say theme text, and I'll say sign in. Okay, and let's hit save. Cool. So I have my sign in screen. And by the way, we can use the type prop and access the title one so that this one is like a large title. And then let's go back to the layout. In the layout, we usually define what type of navigation we want to follow, like tabs or a stacks or a stack. So I'll say export default function, and I'll call this one auth routes layout. So this is going to be a stack, like I mentioned before. So we need to import this from Expo Router. And inside this stack, we are going to have some screens. So let's define the index. So within this segment, we have this index screen. So you might be wondering why not putting like app and then auth and things like that. So that's not needed because this layout is going to be just for the screens within the auth folder. Let's kind of do the same for the index, which is going to be the home screen. I'm going to just copy this and let's go to the layout for index and paste it in here. And this is going to be my home routes layout, and hit save. So we're gonna need as well an index screen in here. So I'll say index.tsx, and let's copy the same thing. And let's come here and paste it in here. And this is going to be my home screen. And let's change this to be home. Okay, so now we have these two authentication segments. Let's go to the main app layout. And in this case, we're rendering this slot. Let's go ahead and hit save. And let's just reload the app to see what happens. Okay, so now we see the sign in screen. So basically this slot is taking the sign in screen in here. I guess because it's the first segment that is encountering. And I see a warning about some routes. And what I'll do is just restart the server and npx expo start, and let's reload the application. Yeah, and the warning is gone. So let's go ahead and import the Clerk provider and the Clerk loaded. We added our publishable key in our .env file. So we're gonna need that key in here. So after my imports, I'll say const publishable key equal to process.env expo public clerk publishable key. Now it's important that you prefix with expo public so that expo app has access to this environment variable, and then the name is correct. Now I'm adding this exclamation point so that we don't get a warning. And if you want, you can add like a validation here that if the publishable key does not exist, maybe just throw a warning like console.error. Please add a key. And then we can say clerk key. Now let's wrap our component. So I can say wrap, and I'll type clerk provider. And the clerk provider is going to take a key, publishable key. And in here we can pass the publishable key. Now important is that clerk is going to take a token cache, and it's going to use this cache to restore the authentication. And this cache is going to use the secure store and all that good stuff that we already installed. So we need to set this, and this is going to be a bit complex because we need to have support for web and Android. And the secure store is going to work differently for each platform, as well as is not compatible for web. So we need to handle that in a moment. Apart from that, I'm going to wrap my application into the Clerk loaded, and we imported this up here from Clerk. Okay, cool. So let's go ahead and hit save. Okay, now I get an error because token is not defined. Maybe I can say null for now, or undefined. Yeah, and the warning should be gone. Let's reload the app. Now let's see how we can get this token cache. In my root client, I'm going to create a new file, and let's call this one cache.ts. This file is going to be in charge of getting the token, right? If we have one locally. So for this cache, we're going to be using Expo Secure Store as well as platform to validate in which platform we are, and as well as token cache. And we are importing these from Clerk Expo dist cache. Now let's create a function. Const, this is going to be an arrow function, and let's call it create token cache. Let's add a type here, token cache, which is the one that we are importing up here. Now this is going to work only for Android and iOS. So yeah, let's put everything inside a try catch. And if we have an error, we can say console.log error. We're going to put it in the console. You can change that if you want to. Now, I'm going to wrap this into a return. This is going to be an object. This is how it looks. So the type token cache actually returns an object, and one of the items is going to be a function called getToken. So basically we are overriding this getToken, and this is going to be an async function that is going to get a key of type string, and inside this I'm going to have my try catch. So this is how it looks. Yeah, so this is complaining because we are not returning the string. If I return a string, now the warning moves over. But yeah, so in this case, we need to return the cache key. So let's try to find them by saying const item equal to await secure store. So in this case, we're using secure store to get the item async. This is going to get a key. So let's pass the key. And if we do have an item in order for us to understand that we are using, like the item from the cache, we can add this console log. This is optional, of course. At this point, you can simply return the item and the console log is going to look something like this. So if we have an item, we're going to put it in the console and we're saying we're using this key to authenticate the user. And if we didn't find an item, we're going to put in the console no values for store under key, and then we pass the key. All right, now this is the get token. We also need a save token. This is going to be a bit simpler. To save, we need a key as well of type string and a token that we need to save, right? This is going to be of type string as well. And let's just return secure store dot set item async. We need to pass the key and the item that we want to save. So in this case, token. All right, and that's it. So we have our create token cache, and this is going to be used for Android and iOS using Expo Secure Store. Now for web, we're going to be using the default, I believe, async storage, or I'm not sure, I think it's async storage, but that is going to be handled by Clerk. We don't need to worry about that. So at the end of this, I'm going to say export const token cache equal to, and then based on the platform, I'll say if the platform OS is different than web, then we're going to create the token using secure store. Otherwise, we are going to pass undefined. And this is a function. And by the way, this is create token cache. Oh yeah, and I'm missing this question mark. Okay, so this is how it looks. If we are not on web, then we'll use this. Otherwise, undefined. Clerk is going to handle it on web. Okay, and this is the cache. Now we can use this token cache in our token cache provider. So let's pass it in here, and I'm going to import this from my cache. Okay, so that's the setup for Clerk. And if we see the logs, you can see that Clerk has been loaded with development keys, which is great. Development keys because remember, we are using our test environment. If you want to use your production one, let me go here. You can simply create a production instance for your application and then use that key instead of the test one. Okay, cool. So now that we have this working in development, which is great, we can start creating our sign in and sign up and forget password screen. So let's go to the auth. The first thing that I want to do is go to my entry point of my authentication, which is going to be this layout inside my auth folder. Now in here, we can access some information about the user because we already have the Clerk context. So we can say use auth, which is a hook that comes with Clerk Expo. And then in here, we can say is loaded or is signed in. So these are variables that we can use to validate if we should be rendering these screens or not. So we can say if we are not loaded, then return null. But if we are loaded, we can check if the user is signed in. So if the user is signed in, then I want to redirect the user to the home screen, right? So we can say redirect, and this is a component from Expo Router, and we need to pass the ref. I want to redirect the user to the index, and here I have the route, by the way. Cool, so let's go ahead and hit save. This is how it looks. If we don't have, if Clerk is not loaded, return null. If we have a user signed in, take it to the index screen. Otherwise, just stay here. And if I reload the app, we should stay here, right? Cool. So now let's define a couple more screens. I'll create a signup.tsx as well as a reset password.tsx. Now that we have these screens, we can add them in the layout. So this is how it looks. I'm defining just the name of the screen and some options. So in this case, I'm changing the header title to be sign in, sign up. And let's start with the index, right? Because this is the main screen that we have in here, and we need to, from here, navigate to the sign up or forget password. So from Clerk, we can use a hook called use sign in from Clerk Expo. And from here, we can grab the sign in as well as set active as well as is loaded. Sign in is going to be a function that allows us to sign in the user. Okay, so I'm going to be using as well Expo Router. So I'll say const router equal to use router from Expo Router. Then we're going to need to grab the email and password from the user. And we also need to keep track if the screen is loading. So let's go ahead and create 3 use state variables. So the first one is going to be const email address and set email address equal to use state from React. This is going to be a string. We can type it if you want, like this, or we can delete the type. So in this case, this is how it's going to look. So I'm going to have an email password and is sign in. This is a Boolean. And let me import all as React from React at the top of this file. Cool. Now inside this, we can start adding some UI. So I'll add a button from React Native, and let's add a title. And this button is going to be maybe just to test that this is working. I'll add a link, and this link is going to say go to sign up, and the href is going to be sign up. So let's hit save. I can see it now on the right, and let's press it. Okay, and it's not detecting it. Yeah, we don't have an export in here. What I'll do is maybe export just a very simple view similar to the home screen. So let's copy this one, and let's go in here, paste it, and let's rename this to be reset screen, right? And I'll change this to be password. Hit save. Let's copy this. Let's go to the sign up, and this one is going to be screen. Hit save. All right, let's see if this fixes the issue. I'll reload the app and then press go to sign up, and now it's working. Awesome. So this is working great. Let's close this for now. Now, before I continue developing my sign-in screen, I need to somehow start abstracting the logic and the components that I'm going to be using across my application. So in this case, we're going to be using many inputs as well as many buttons. So it's a good idea to start abstracting those into components. And then we can simply use those components in here instead of creating and styling each component each time. So for that, let's go to the UI, and let's start by creating a new file. This is inside my components folder, inside my UI. I'm going to create my custom button. So I'll say button, and let's build this step by step. So let's import React from React and export this component. So I'll say export const button equal to, this is going to be an arrow function. And let's start defining how I want to use and the variants that we're going to support for this button. So let's create a type, and this is going to be button variant equal to field, outline, or ghost. So these are the variants that I want to support for my button. Let's do the same for the size. I want to support medium and large. Now let's create an interface which is going to be the type that this button is going to receive as properties. So I'll call this one button props. And the properties that we are going to pass is going to be on press, which is an action or a function that we want to call when the user presses this button. A variant, which is of type button variant, size, similar thing. And then some variables like disable, is the button disabled, is the button loading, does the button has a children, which is going to be a React node, by the way, this is a component, and then style and text style. So I'm passing 2 styles. One is going to be for the container basically, and the other one is going to be for the text inside the button, so that we can further customize this button if we need to. So let's go ahead and import these interfaces from React Native. All right, and now let's say that this button is going to get these button props. So I'll say this is going to be of type React.functional component that is going to get button props. And then we can destructure these props in here and let's paste them. Okay, so this is how it looks. Now, TypeScript is yelling at me because this is not returning a functional component. It's just returning an empty object. But I just want to mention that we can also initialize the variant and size with default values and basically everything. And the default value for this is going to be false, false, medium, and field. Cool. So now let's return this component. Now, because our application is going to be compatible with dark mode, I'm going to grab these two variables, which is color scheme using use color scheme from React Native. So let me import this from React Native. That way we can know if the device is using dark mode or not, and based on that we can style the button. Next thing, I will create a record. This is how a record looks. Basically, it's an object for each size of the button, right? So by default, when we select that we want to use the medium size for the button, we are going to use these measurements and padding. And basically we're defining just one for each. And here's the type of the record. Okay, cool. Now I'm going to need a function to get the style of the button based on the variant. So let's create a function, get variant style, and then I'll create a base style. So the base style is going to be border radius of 12, and then flex direction row, align item center, justify content center, and this is a view style. This is my base style, but if we do have a variant on the properties, we need to update those. We need to change this. So this is the base style, but then we need to extend this style based on the variant that the user of this component or this button wants to use. So for that, we can use a switch case, and this is going to switch depending on the variant. And then we can have case, for example, and then we can have the case field. This is going to return an object with this style. And then we can have various cases. And then we can say ghost and outline. Now I'm going to need some colors. And this template already comes with a file called colors inside constants. So what I'll do here is that I will select everything and replace. And you can get this file from the repo. But basically, it's a list of emojis that I'm using for this application, and also a list of colors. And these colors are going to be just to grab the list color. So when you press, for example, here, sorry, not the share button. When you press here, this button, this is the list of colors that we are seeing right now. Okay, cool. So let's go back. Yeah, so this is the list of background colors. And then I'm creating this object that is going to contain these sync colors, which is basically a list of Tailwind colors that I grabbed from their website. And yeah, other than that, it's very similar what we had before. I just tweaked a little bit some of the colors that you can see here. And I also added this apple blue, apple red, border color, apple green, and yeah, that's basically it. So I'll just go ahead and save this file. And yeah, you can copy paste this file if you want to. And let's go back to the switch. Okay, so in this switch, we're going to handle the variants. So in this case, we have a base style, which is this one, and we are going to just use whatever we had in that style. But on top of that, we are going to change the background depending on the dark mode. So if it's dark, I'm going to be using this color, 50, otherwise 900. And this is for the field variant. Then we have an outline variant, and we have a ghost variant, and you can extend this as you want. But yeah, but basically we're adding a border color and we're changing colors based on the theme. So let's go up here. Now we need to do something very similar for the text color that is going to be inside the button. So for the text color, first of all, we need to check if the button is disabled. If the button is disabled, we're going to change the colors as well, as you can see here, based on the theme. And then we're creating another switch statement that is going to change depending on the variant. And basically we are just returning the color that we're going to use for the text based on the theme. And then we are using here the apple blue. So let's import that from our colors. And that's it for the color. Now we are ready to return the component. Okay, so this is going to be a pressable, and inside is going to have a theme text, which comes from the components. And in here, we are going to render children, which should be a text. Okay, so when we press this, we want to call the onPress function that we are passing as property. We want to disable this button based on the disabled variable or if the button is loading. Then we need to pass the style. So the style is going to be an array of styles. The first one is going to be get variant style, which is going to return a style. And then the second one is going to be just more customization that we can do in here. In this case, I will have height, padding horizontal, and opacity. And this is going to be coming from the size styles. And if you remember this variable, it's the one that we define in here. Okay, so based on the size, we are going to map these values. And the opacity is going to change as well if it's disabled. And finally, if the user wants to extend or overwrite these styles, we can pass the style property at the end. So this style property is coming from the properties in here, and it's going to be of type view style. So if the user passes a style and overwrites these styles that we have, we're going to respect that and apply those. All right, then we have this theme text. But first of all, I want to check if this is loading. So I'll say if loading. Then I want to return an activity indicator from React Native, which is going to be of color. Color. And I'll call my function getTextColor. I want to have the same color as the text. And otherwise, we are going to have this text. So this is adding basically support for loading states in our button, and then we're passing the children. And then if we are not loading, we're just going to render the title of the button. So for the style of this theme text, this is how it's going to look. I'm going to be using flatten from, the style sheet from React Native, but style sheet comes with a flatten function, which basically is going to create a clean array based on the objects that we are passing. You can see here an example. So we are passing, we are generating these styles, and then we can use this flatten to flatten these styles, and this is how it looks. At the end of the day, it's just like merging the properties based on these objects. So if we had a color white and then we passed a new object with color green, it's going to flatten, which means at the end of the day, we're going to end with just one key color, which is going to respect the last one, in this case, selected item. Okay, hope that makes sense. Basically, we are overriding the text style based on the property that the user is going to pass. Finally, we render the text. Okay, and now let's export this button. So I'll say export default button. Hit save. All right, that was tough. Let's go back in here and let's use our button component. Okay, now remember I imported this from React Native, but in this case I want to import this button from my components UI. And let's say hello and hit save. And this is how my button looks. So yeah, and we can see and test the UI by saying, for example, loading. This is going to show how it looks when it's loading. And then we can say disabled, and this is how it looks when it's disabled. And you can play around with that, but yeah, using this button, we can continue our development. I want to create one more component that we're going to be using across the application, which is a text input. So let's go ahead and do that. I'll say text input.tsx. Now we are going to be using almost the same pattern that we used to create this extendable and reusable button for the text input. So I hope you don't mind that I paste this code in here, and let's quickly walk through it. So these are the imports. We are defining as well some variants for the text input. So pretty similar, but in this case, we are also going to support outlined and default for the variants. Then we define the interface that we're going to pass. So in this case, it's going to be, like a properties for a text input. And we're going to have a label, error, variant, size, container style, input style. This is important. Container style is going to be like the container of the input, and then the input style. So we are allowing the user of this input to basically customize everything. And then we also have a disabled. By the way, you can, if you want to move faster, you can just copy paste these components and they should work on your application, because we are not using anything crazy. As long as you have the theme text and the colors, you should be able to use this text input by copy pasting. And then we are defining this component. This is we're saying that we're going to pass these properties to the component. We are destructuring everything here. We grab the theme as well, same thing that we did before. We grab the size. We set the records for the size based on the size that the user is going to select. Then we get the variant style using the function as well. So this is just a different style. In this case, we're using a border radius of 12. Background color is going to change. So in the case when we are in light mode, I'm using this color. That's the only thing. And then we are switching between variants, right? You can come here and extend this as you want, but the only thing that I'm changing that is most important is the color based on the variants. And I'm using the sync colors. Border width, we're realizing everything plus the background color. And then as default, we are returning the base style. Now, the get text color, it's very similar to what we had before. If it's disabled, we are going to use this color. Otherwise, we're going to use these colors. And then we return a view. So this is going to be a view that is going to be rendering a label using the theme text, passing the label style. And then inside this view, we have another view that is going to basically get the variant style, passing the style disabled if the input is disabled. And then we are using a React Native text input. By the way, this looks a bit different because we are saying, we are calling this component text input. So we cannot import the same name from React Native. That's why I'm saying import this text input as React Native text input. Same with the properties. Okay, so if we scroll down, we have the text input from React Native, and we are just passing all the properties that we are getting and the style that we are getting from the properties and from our functions, get color, and things like that. We're passing the placeholder, editable, and you can extend this if you need to. And at the end of the day, we're passing the rest of the props. So if the user needs to pass anything in here, we are adding it. And this is the input. I'm also having support for error, which means if we want to show an error to the user, we're going to just add this text in here. And yeah, at the end of the day, we are just defining these styles in here that you can come here and play around with. But yeah, by the way, I think I should change this to be apple red, which is a color from our constants. And let's hit save. Oh yeah, and we are exporting as well. So let's test this out. Let's go back to our component and let's create a text input from our UI. And yeah, let's add a label. Hello. And that's how it looks. So if I switch to dark mode, you can see that the component and the button is changing as well. And you can see the label as well. You can check the disable, for example. That's how it looks, a bit different. We can add a placeholder. Hello. Now we see the placeholder. And yeah, basically that's how you can create reusable components. And now we can, of course, as well pass properties like unchanged text, because this is extending the text input properties. We can switch the style if we want to, like input style. We can say background color red, and this is going to overwrite the style that we had. All right, so pretty powerful component, I would say. And yeah, so now that we have those, I think we're ready to start creating a compelling UI. So the next thing that I want to do is go to my layout in my auth segment here, and I'm going to change some properties of the screens in my stack. So I want to use a really nice large title for iOS, and this is how we can configure it. Basically, we are validating if we are not on iOS devices, we are going to pass only an empty object. But if we are using an iOS device, we're going to have a nice large title. So if I hit save with these properties, you can see that now the title looks very cool and it's kind of blur in the background and it looks overall super nice. And if I switch to light mode, still it's a large title. And these are the properties that you need to use. You also need to have Expo Blur, I believe, so that this is going to work. Overall, this is how it looks. Just to make sure that we are on the same page, remember that this template comes with Expo Blur so that we have this really nice blur effect. And by the way, let's go ahead and copy these options, and I'm going to be using the same in the index layout. So let's paste them here as well. All right, now let's go back here and now we can close this. Now, as you may notice, we are cutting some of the content. So let's close this. And to fix that, I'm going to create a new component. So let's go to the components. And inside the UI, let's create a new component called body scroll view.tsx. So when we have a large title, it's advisable to have a scroll view so that when you scroll, the title is going to transition to be smaller and it's going to be in the header. So I'm going to create a scroll view, as you can see here, using the scroll view from React Native. And I'm going to be using the scroll view props because I'm going to be passing properties to this scroll view, as you can see here. And then we can pass the reference as well as property. So this is basically just setting a normal scroll view with these options that will allow us to prevent covering the content by setting these properties. Automatically adjust scroll indicator, insets, and content inset adjustment behavior automatic, content inset bottom 0, and scroll indicator insets 0. You can play around with these values if you want to. It's just wrapping a scroll view, and then we can go back to the view. And instead of using the index view, the sign-in screen, instead of using a simple view, let's use our scroll view with the properties to prevent covering the title. And now you can see that this is how it looks. And when I scroll, we have this really cool transition between the large title and the sign-in title with the nice blur effect. Okay, now we can get rid of this sign-in. And yeah, now it's looking great. I will let this go to sign up screen. And let's start actually doing some cool stuff in here. So the first thing is going to be the email, and the placeholder is going to be enter email. Let's hit save. Let me set auto capitalize to be none. We can also define the keyboard type. In this case, it's going to be email address. And on change text, we want to set the email. So this is coming from here. All right, let's hit save. By the way, we need to add some padding. So let's access the property content container style from our scroll view. And let's add a padding horizontal of 16. By the way, guys, I'm going to be doing some inline styling so that we can develop faster. But it would be a good idea if you abstract these styles and you put them down here. So for example, const styles, and you create a style sheet. And I might do that in the future, but for now, I'm going to be using inline styles so that we can see the styles easier and develop faster. All right, so we have the email. Now let's do the same with the password. And I'm going to add the value here. Value is going to be email address, and hit save. It's looking good. Now this button is going to be sign in, and let's create a handler function. I'll call this one const on sign in press, and this is going to be an arrow function. And we're going to do some stuff once we press this button, and let's call it in here some press on sign in press. And we also have a variable loading, so let's pass it in here. It's called is signing in, and we want to disable this button if we don't have an email address, or we don't have a password, or is loading, or is signing in. Okay, so now I'll just come here and change this to be a padding for everything so that we have a nice spacing at the top. All right, now after this, I need a button to take the user to the sign up page. So let's create a view from React Native. And inside this, let's use a theme text and say, don't have an account. And if you don't have an account, we are going to create a button that says, and now here I'm going to be using my variant ghost since I don't want this button to, grab too much attention. And whenever we press this button, we're going to be using Expo Router and we are going to push to the sign up route. So let's hit save and let's try this out. All right, it's working great. Awesome. Now let's add a quick styling here and I'm going to say margin top of 16 because I want some spacing and align items to the center. Great. Now I'll just simply duplicate this and hit save. And instead of asking if you don't have an account, this is going to be for forgot password. So if the user forgot the password, we are going to take them to the forgot password, which is reset password, and hit save. Now the title is going to be reset password. Let's try that out. Awesome. Yep, and we have this beautiful native navigation with a transition on the header because we're using large title. Great. So this is our sign-in screen. Of course, we need the logic on sign-in press, and we're going to come back to this in a moment. Let's go and lay out the UI for the sign-up page as well. So what we can do is simply copy this entire thing because it's going to be very similar. So let's go to the reset password. Sorry, well, we're gonna be doing the same in the reset password. So let's import this. So this is going to come from my components, and then we're going to need an email in the reset password. So actually we're going to need as well a password in here. So what I'll do for now is just remove this and I can come back and copy whatever I need. I'll just leave this as it is for now. And let's go to the sign up. Yep, so for the sign up, let's just replace this. And I'm going to be importing this from my components. So let's do that. We also need a button. Okay, and everything is coming from our components. Now next, I'm going to comment these values. Well, instead of commenting them, let's go ahead and create these variables, right? Because when we are registering a new user, we need to grab the email address. And so I'm going to say email address, set email address using useState. So we can even go back to the index and grab some of these variables. I'll just grab everything that I have in here and paste it in here. Okay, so let's use this from Clerk, from Expo Router, and let's import all as React from React. Okay, so let's hit save. Yeah, this is going to break because we don't have this. So let's create this function. This is going to be the handler when we press the on sign up. So I'll create an arrow function for now. We also need a variable for is loading. In this case, let's replace this one. Set is loading like this, equal to false at the beginning. And then we're going to have some errors. This is great, by the way, because if we have some errors, we want to show the user, right? So let's import this type, Clerk API error. And this is going to basically be a message that we can display to the user. Well, it's going to contain more information, but apart from that, a message that we can show to the user regarding what went wrong when they were trying to sign up or sign in. So for example, if they were using a weak password, Clerk is going to let us know that, and we can put that on the screen so that the user knows that they need to improve the password before they can continue. Or if they enter the wrong email or something like that, okay? Or if the email already exists and things like that. So let's go ahead and hit save. All right, now we are back in business and we are grabbing all these, right? So we have the email, then we are entering a password, This is for registering a new user. And finally, we are continuing here. We are disabling the button as well. And if we have some errors, we're going to put them down here. Because we're going to be using email authentication, once we register a new user, Clerk is going to send a verification code to the user email, and then they can grab that code and confirm the code. So once we have sent the verification code, we need a variable to somehow know if the registration of the user is pending. So let's create this pending verification variable using useState. And then down here, we can validate if it's pending verification. We are going to return another component. We are going to be using as well a body scroll view. So I'll just paste this body scroll view. And then I'm going to create a new text input to get the code from the user. Okay, so this is going to need a code variable. So I'll create this code variable in here using useState as well. And finally, we need a handler on verify press so that, let me duplicate this and then change the title on verify press. So once the user enters the code, we are going to verify the code, and if the code is correct, then we register the user and take the user to the home screen. So this is how it looks. Super simple, just an input for the code and then a button to verify the code. And if we have some errors as well, we are going to put them on screen. By the way, errors, it's an array. So you can see that this is an array of type Clerk API error. And we can iterate over each error because it could be that we have many errors. So we can display them all at the same time. And yeah, I'm accessing the error.long message, but you can also access the code and message and things like that. So yeah, let's just use the long message for now. And that's it. This is our sign up screen. Cool. All right, so I think we're good to start integrating some logic. So let's start with the sign up process. So all the Clerk logic is going to live inside this function. Let's start by changing this function to be an async function. And I'll have a try catch where I'll put all my logic. And if there is an error, I'm going to put it on the console. And inside the try, I'm going to do stuff. So the first thing that I want to do when we press this button is, first of all, validate that we do have some data and is not loading. So first of all, I want to make some validations. For example, is loaded. We need to first check that if is not loaded, then just return. Then I want to set is loading equal to true. And then I want to set errors equal to an empty array. So I'm setting errors to an empty array because if we had some errors and the user is pressing again this button, it could happen that the user fixed the errors, right? And we don't want to show them anymore. So let's access now instead of sign in using the use sign in hook. So in this case, instead of using this use sign in hook, we're going to use the use sign up from Clerk. So let's come up here and delete this use sign in. Okay, and now we don't have this sign in. Instead, we have this sign up. Okay, so we have the is loaded as well, and we still need this validation. And down here, I'm going to say sign up dot attempt email address verification. I'm going to say sign up dot create. And this is going to attempt to create a new user. So this is going to take some parameters, which is the email address and the password. This is going to be an async function, by the way. So I'm going to say await, sorry. So here we start the authentication, and then we need to send the confirmation code. So I'm going to say confirmation. And for that, I'm going to say await sign up dot prepare email verification. Okay, and then we need to pass a strategy. So in this case, it's going to be email code. You can also do email link, but then if you send an email link, you need to validate the redirection. So I think it's easier for now using email code. Finally, we need to set our variable pending verification. So once we send this email, we say, okay, now you need to verify your email. And we are going to enter into this if statement, right? So in this case, we're going to prompt the user for the code. And when the user presses on verify, we are going to use that code to let Clerk know the input of the user, and then we can validate. All right, so we can actually copy a couple lines in here. Let's copy this and let's put in here. If it's not loaded, return set is loading equal to true. And by the way, in here, I'm going to say, finally, set is loading equal to false, right? Because we ended up the transaction and it's not loading anymore. Cool, so we can do the same, by the way. So I'll just copy everything from here, the try catch, paste it in here. This is going to change a little bit, so let's delete this. And let's grab the sign up attempt equal to await, and then let's say sign up dot attempt email address verification. And then we need to pass the code. Hit save. Cool. So we basically are calling this attempt email address verification. We pass the code, and then we can check this if sign up attempt status, and the status can be complete or abandoned. So you can handle all these cases. In this case, if the status was complete, which means the user entered the correct verification code, we need to activate this user, set this user as active. So I'm gonna say sign up, set active, and let's pass the session, which is going to be sign up attempt. We can get it from here, dot created session ID. This set active is coming, by the way, from the hook use sign up. So once we confirm the code, we set the user as active, which means the user can now sign in and do all sorts of stuff in our application. Okay, so next, what I want to do is take the user to the home screen, which is going to be this segment, right? So in this case, we can use Expo Router. I'm going to access the router and say, okay, Expo Router, replace the entire segment for the index. And we can just pass this slash and it's going to know. Okay, and then else, and then if the status is not completed, we can simply put, some alert or something. But in this case, it's a good idea to put it in the console and try to figure out why it didn't work. So I can simply put the sign up attempt in the console, which would be an object, and inspect it, right? Cool. So yeah, this is how it looks, and this should work now. So let's try this out. Okay, now let's verify that this works. I'm going to sign up using my betomoedano@outlook.com, and I'm going to create a password. So I need actually a kind of complex password. So I'm going to quickly ask ChatGPT, generate a password. All right, this is my password. Let's copy this and close this, paste it in here, continue. Okay, and something happened. I have an error. Okay, cool. And this error is saying that the CAPTCHA token is missing. Cool. So because we're using like a custom authentication flow, we need to go to our dashboard. In our project, we need to go to configure and then select attack protection, by the way. So this is turned on by default. And this is really nice that we can ensure that users are not going to be abusing our application. So we can set a limit in here. And this is for aggressive unauthorized attempts. And down here we have this CAPTCHA. And I'm going to disable this one. All right, so let's save the changes. Because this is mainly for websites, right? So in this case, we're using an application. So once I have disabled that, we can go back to the application and let's try again. Okay, and now it's pending verification. As you can see, nothing happened in the console, everything is fine. Now let me just grab my code. So I'm going to check my email. And just to show you, here's my verification code. I hope you can see there, but I'm just going to copy. And then I can come here and say paste and verify. Okay, and now I'm taken to the index screen. And if we go back here, you can see that if we go to the overview of my shopping list video project, now I have a user and this is my email. Cool. And this is in development. And I also get an email from Clerk confirming that my credentials my registration was successful. Great. So yeah, that's basically the process. Now I want to do one thing, which is go to my index, and I need to sign out the user so that we can change the password. So I'll say button and then sign out. So let's use a hook, use Clerk, and from here we can access this sign out, and then on press sign out. This is going to delete everything, the cache from the user and all that good stuff, so that we can get rid of this user that wants to sign out, and we are not going to have any information saved. Let's use our body scroll view with our classic style, content container style of padding, with a padding of 16. And let's hit save. All right, so let's sign out this user. Cool. So yeah, I think that worked. And if I reload the app, this is going to take me to the sign in screen. So the reason is that we need to redirect the user, right? So we're going to do that later in another screen. So for now, this should be good. I just reloaded the screen and now we are back in here. Now let's do the reset password. So for the reset password, it's going to be actually similar to the sign up process, because we are going to ask for a different password. And also we're going to ask the user to confirm a verification code that we're going to send to their email. So I hope you don't mind me pasting some code in here. And let's walk together through it. I'm going to close the terminal so that we can see more code. So first of all, I'm using the use sign in hook, and the use sign in is going to have an is loaded, is an sign in, and set active. Okay. So the reason for that is because when we are resetting the password, we need to kind of create a new user, but the strategy, as you can see here, is going to be, in this case, reset password email code. So we need to pass an identifier, which is going to be the email address of the user. So this means that when I enter my email and request a reset my password, we are going to create this sign-in instance with the reset password email code. Then we're going to set the pending verification again. Okay. So if we scroll down a little bit, if we have an error, we are going to just put it on the console. And yeah. So this is using a callback so that we don't create this function every time that we render this component. And then we also have this on verify press. So first of all, if it's not loaded, just return. And once the user has entered the code, we need to call again signin.attempt first factor. The first factor, this is going to take an object, and then we need to set the strategy to reset password email code. We set the code that the user is going to enter and the new password. Okay. If the sign-in attempt is complete, then we set the account active again. This is very similar to what we did on the sign up screen. We pass the session from the sign-in attempt again, and we replace the route to go to the home screen. Otherwise, we put the error in the console if something went wrong. And if we have an error when calling the API, we are going to set the errors variable. Okay. This is using as well a use callback. This is optional and is just preventing generating this function every time that this component renders. So same thing. First of all, we are just showing a scroll view with a text input of, let me just save so that we can see on the screen. Okay, so you can see I have here the reset password and it's asking for my email, right? So this is what we are seeing here. When I enter my email, let's reset my password. outloud.com. When I enter my email, we are going to trigger this on reset password press if we do have the email, right? Otherwise, it's going to be disabled. Now, if I enter an invalid email, just to test how the errors look, let's do that. I'm going to press this button, and as you can see, couldn't find your account. So what is happening is that we are entering the try catch on the sign in, and we are setting the errors from Clerk, and then we are just displaying these errors if we do have some errors, right? So this is how it looks. So if I now type correctly my email and press continue, you can see that now we are in the pending verification because we sent the verification code to my email. Okay, so here I'm saying enter the verification code that we sent to Beto Moedano, which is my email, and I just got the email in here, and I can put it right here. So it's going to be, in this case, 1787, and then 32. And then it's asking me for a new password. So I'm going to enter the password in a moment. So we are here, right? So we are entering the code. We are setting the code variable, and we have an input for the new password. Now, in this case, let's say that I'm going to put a simple password like password. Oh my gosh, and it got reloaded. So yeah, there's a bug right now. If you press R, it's going to reload the app. That is going to be fixed soon, by the way. Anyway, so I'll just reset my password again. I'll enter my email. Okay, so I'm gonna need a new password. Let me ask ChatGPT for that. And let's see if I can get the verification code in a moment. So I'm just going to paste the new password. Okay, and let me copy the new code. Just got it. Okay, and paste. So before I press continue there or reset password, what we are doing here, just passing the code, passing the new password, calling this function. And once we complete, we're going to replace, which means we're going to take the user to the home screen. And now we are going to have a session, valid session. So reset password. All right, and we are back in business. Awesome. So now what is cool about this is that we have the cache, right? So this cache, it's going to store the user token across sessions. So which means that if I reload now, we are going to be taken directly to the home screen. And if you are signed in, when we are doing the deep linking, it's going to respect that. So for example, if I deep link into the application /index or /create new shopping list, is going to be working just fine, the deep link, if the user is authenticated. If not, it's going to take the user to the sign-in screen or sign-in flow. Cool, so I guess that's it for the sign-in part. Let's just try this out for the last time. I pressed the button, so I'm going to reload now. That means that I'm signed out, and I just want to say that if we are going to enter some dummy data, like for example, so this email does not exist, I mean, at least in our code base, and I'm going to type some random password and press sign in. So let's go to the sign in page. It looks like sign in press. Let's see. Yeah, so we are not doing in the nothing in the sign in press, by the way. I forgot. So we have the sign up and the reset password working fine. Now for the sign in press, this is going to be very similar to what we had before. So let's create a callback. This is going to be an async function. First of all, if it's not loaded, the authentication from Clerk is not loaded, just return set is loading equal to true, or set is signing in equal to true. Then we start the sign in process. We are going to call the signin.create. We are getting this from the hook, remember? And then pass the identifier email address and the password of the user. So in this case, we're just creating a new authentication session, and we are going to get, again, a sign-in attempt. So if the password is correct, if the user exists, we are going to just signing the user. We check the status. If everything is good, it's complete. We set the user as active, and then we pass the session to Clerk. Clerk is going to cache that session, and we replace the route to take the user to the index. Okay, so this could be index or just like this, but in this case, I'll say index. Then if we have an error, we put in the console. Finally, we set is signing in equal to false. So let's go ahead and hit save. Let's enter my password and email. And one thing that I'm not doing here, by the way, is that I'm not setting up the errors. So let's go ahead and do that. I'm going to copy this variable and let's go back in here. And let's just put in here, I guess. Let's import this type from Clerk. And if we have errors, we are going to set them. So let's copy this line. Let's go to the index. And in here, I'm going to set the errors. So let's import these from Clerk. And let's add some curly braces so that we know what's going on in here. Okay, cool. All right, let me just delete these comments. Let's try to put some random stuff. By the way, I need to render the errors in here. So after the sign in button, I'm going to copy again the errors. So let's grab this in here. After the sign in, I will map through the errors and let's see what's happening. So I'm going to put some random data, press sign in, and identifier is invalid. So let's say, let's add my correct email and wrong password. Now the error changes, right? Password is incorrect, try again or use another method. So I need my password. Let's see if I can grab it from ChatGPT in here. Okay, let's close this. Let's set now a good password. And what is great about this, guys, is that we are getting instant feedback and these errors are very descriptive so that the user knows what's going on all the time. When I press sign in, we see the loading state and then we take the user to the home screen. So that's how easy it is to integrate authentication. And this authentication is good enough to get your application past the App Store checks. But you already know that this application is already available for iOS and I'm going to publish it for Android pretty soon. But yeah, just having a way to authenticate users, resetting password and signing up, and then sign out and be able to delete account, that should be enough to have your application pass the test of the App Store and be available on the App Stores. So we're going to learn how to delete the account in a moment. It's going to be super easy. So yeah, don't worry about that. Okay, so now in the home screen, what I want to do is change the title in here. So let's access the options and say header title shopping lists. And let's reload the app. Oh yeah, I stopped the server. So let's say npx, cd client npx expo start and restart the app. Okay, and everything is working fine. Let's go to the index. In here, I'm going to start by adding some buttons to the header. So let's wrap this in here and use a stack from Expo Router. And let's say options, header left, and header right. So this needs to be components. And what I'll do for this, it's just create a component for left and right. So I'll say const render header right. And this is just going to return a pressable from React Native. Okay, so let's go back in here and say header right equal to render header right. And we can do the same for header left. So when we press this, let's use router. So let's say const router equal to use router. Oops. From Expo Router. And I want to take the user to create a new screen. So we need to create that route I'm going to create that in a moment. And in here, I'm going to add a symbol. And by the way, this icon symbol, it's a custom component that comes with the template inside the icon symbol UI. And this symbol, it's going to be native. It's going to be using iOS symbols or SF symbols for iOS. But for Android and web, you need to map the same icon to be the equivalent of icons, Expo icons. So if you need to see material icons in here, you can see the list in this website. But yeah, so for example, if I come here and say that the name of the icon that I want to use, it's going to be plus, and hit save. Now we can see the plus on the right, and we need to specify a color, I believe. Yeah, so the color is going to be apple blue. So in order to have this plus icon as well to show on Android and web, we need to simply come here and say plus. I want to map this to be, I don't know, add. So this is going to be the icon that we are going to render for iOS and Android. Sorry, for Android and web. Okay, so let's close that. Okay, so now let's generate the same thing for left, and on the left, I'm going to be using a gear. Hit save. And of course, I need to come here and say header left. Hit save. Okay, and I have here my empty tag, and it's asking me to import React. Okay, so to test this out, let's open this on Android. And let me just reload to make sure that we are in the same page. So now here in the Android, we are in the sign in screen. Let's enter my credentials. Let me put my password and sign in. Yeah, and I'm missing ID. Okay, cool. So now I'm in the home screen and we can see the plus, but we cannot see the year. And we can see the year here, right? So that's why we need to go to the icon symbol and in here map that the year is going to be equal to settings, for example. And if I hit save, now we can see the settings on Android. So just keep that in mind. Cool. So yeah, this is working great. Let's close this. So in the index now, I'm going to create a new folder, kind of like a new segment for my list screens. So when we create a new list, shopping list, or when we are editing or viewing a new list, everything is going to be inside this folder. So let's create this list and let's start with a new list. So I'm going to create a new folder, and inside this new folder, I'm going to create an index.tsx. Okay, so for this new screen, I'm going to say export default function, new list screen, and we are going to return a body scroll view. And we can have a theme text, create list, hit save. All right, so now we can navigate to this route. Let's go here. And when we press the plus, we are going to use the router.push, and we want to push to new. So list/new. Okay, let's see if that works. Let me reload the app and press. Okay, and it's working. Awesome. Let me go ahead and duplicate this 2 times because I'm going to have an index and then I'm going to have a create screen. This is going to be to create the actual list. And the last one is going to be to scan. So we're going to have the ability to scan QR code. So yeah, we're going to have basically we're going to ask the user, do you want to create one from scratch or do you want to join an existing one? Based on that, we're going to take them to the create or scan screen. Okay, so let's quickly change this to be, create, and this one is going to be scan. And this is going to be scan screen, hit save. So what I'll do now is just go ahead and copy this. And whenever we press the gear for settings, I'm going to create a new screen. And this is going to be inside the index, but at the root of the index. And this is going to be profile screen. So let's say profile.tsx. And let's change this to be profile. and hit save. Okay, so now we can close this and this and this and this. And whenever we press this, I'm going to say router. Yep, dot push. And let's push to profile. All right, let's hit save. Let's reload the app and press. Okay, and it's working. All right, so this is working great. And now the only thing is that I want to present these screens as modal. So we can customize this in the layout. And by the way, we need to define these screens in here so that we can further customize the presentation, the title, and things like that. Okay, so what I'll do here is just duplicate this and change the name. In this case, we are going to have a list, new, and then index, okay? And this screen is going to, we won't have a title for this one. So let me just delete this. And instead, we're going to have some options and we can set the presentation in here. So I'm going to be using form sheet, and the sheet grabber is going to be set to visible, and the header shown property is going to be equal to false. Okay, so let's reload the app. And now let's press the plus. Okay, and now we get this presentation form sheet. Great, so this is working fine. And let me switch to light mode so that we can see the grabber easily. All right, so let's do the same for the profile screen. The profile screen, the name is just profile, and then it's form sheet. And in this case, I'm allowing the tint to be 75 and 0.1. So that means when I press this, the sheet is going to be presented 75% of the screen, and it's going to allow the user to drag it up to 1, which means 100%, right? So yeah, this is how it looks. And then we're setting these options as well. Finally, we also have the scan and create screen, right? So the scan screen is going to look like this. We set list new scan, and then we are using a full screen modal. So in this case, we want to cover the entire screen, and we are going to add a header left, which is going to be just a button from our components using the variant ghost. And whenever we press this button, we are going to navigate back. By the way, I'm using router in here. Maybe this is not like a super good idea, but let's just go ahead and do that. Let's use router from use router. And by the way, let me uncomment this. This is like an extra validation in the main home router, so that if we don't have a user, we are going to redirect to the authentication flow. And this use user, it's been imported from Clerk Expo. So now we don't have an error here. We have the cancel on the left. And if I hit save, let's reload. Okay, and let's press the plus. That works fine. So this is going to be for the scan. So yeah, we're going to navigate to this screen in a moment. But so far, I think we're good. This is all we need. All right, so let's close this for now. And let's go to the index of the new list. So in this case, I'm going to start, adding my UI. So I'll say better together. And I'm going to set the type of this title to be subtitle, by the way. And let's add some padding in here. So I'm going to say screen. So let's access the content container style and then add a padding of 16. So I'm going to add like kind of a subtitle in here. And in this case, I'm using this style subtitle. So let's go ahead and create some styles in here. I'm going to have many styles. So in this case, it's a good idea to put them down here using style sheet from React Native. So let's say .create, and let's create this subtitle. It's going to be an empty object for now. I'm going to modify it in a moment, but this is how it looks so far. Okay, so if you remember, let me just show you here. Yeah, I have this iPhone in here. So if I go back, if you remember when I press the plus, this is the screen that we are doing. We have this image, right? And this image is showing like an icon. So let's create this component. I'm going to abstract this because I'm going to be reutilizing later. So this is going to live inside the components, and it's going to be named icon circle.tsx. So let's say export default function icon circle, and this is going to return a view from React Native. Okay, so let's define the properties that we are going to pass to this icon circle component. So I'll say props. First of all, we are going to pass an emoji. This is of type string. Then a background color of type string as well. Finally, a size. This is a number. By the way, this is going to be optional. And this is optional as well. And finally, a style. Optional as well. The style is going to be for the views. So let's say view style. And let's import this type from React Native. Then we can type these props in here. And we can destructure them. So let's access them here. All right, hit save. So this view is going to render a theme text with the emoji. And we are going to be using a style in here, and I'm going to say font size of 22. So let's hit save and let's go back here and I'll add this component, icon circle. Let's specify the emoji. So in this case, I'm going to hard code an emoji and hit save. All right, so there we have it. Let's go back here and I'm going to initialize these values. For example, I'm going to say this to be light blue and the size it's going to be 48. All right, and now let's apply this in here. So I want to allow the user to add a style, right? So let's add an array of styles. The second one is going to be the one that we are passing in the props. And in here, I'm going to pass the background color. And then width, passing the size, and height, passing the size. So this is going to be square. Okay, and there you have it. And then border radius of 12. All right, and let's align items to the center and justify content to the center. Great. All right, so now let's go back here and we can add a style and, for example, say align self to the center. Yep, that's working. Okay, so I'm going to say size of 60. In this case, I want this one to be big. And the emoji, I want to have a random emoji. So I'm going to say random emoji equal to, and if you remember in the colors file, I pasted a list of emojis that it's down here. So I'm going to be grabbing a random emoji each time that we load this screen. So we can simply grab a random number. So I'm going to say emojis add position math.floor, and then we can grab math.random, and the random is going to be between so between 0 and the maximum it's going to be the emojis dot length. So I think this should do it. So if I hit save, then I can use this random emoji in here. Cool. So let's try this out. Let's navigate. It's a random emoji. It's a random emoji. Cool. So this is working. Now, this is like an expensive computation every time that we load this screen. So we can use a use memo hook, right? So let's pass this to the factory. And then dependencies for this to run, it's going to be none, which means I only want to calculate this once, right? And if the component re-renders, we don't calculate this again. So I'm going to be grabbing a random emoji and as well a random color for the background. So we can copy this up to here, paste it in here, and in this case, let's grab a color. It's called background colors. This is an array of colors as well, and you can verify here. Basically, it's this very large file. Okay, so I'm grabbing a random color. And yeah, I guess we can abstract. Yeah, so in this case, it's going to be from the background colors. Okay, let's hit save. Yeah, I guess we could abstract some functionality in here. Yeah, that's fine for now. Let's just plus in here. Okay, different. Oh yeah, I'm not using the background color. So let's go here and say background color equal to random color. Okay, let's go to the plus. We get green. And if I plus again, we get a different background, different emoji. That's great. All right, so I'm going to grab these three things and I'm going to put them inside a view. And let's add a style. And for this style, I'm going to say align item center. That way we don't need this style, okay? And then I'm gonna say gap of 16. Hit save. Now we have this nice spacing. And finally, a margin top of 32. All right, it's looking good. So for the icon style, I'm gonna say style, and I'm gonna add a margin bottom of 6. Just so that we have a little bit of more spacing. Let's actually change this to be 8. For this title, I'm actually going to change it a little bit. I'm going to say font size of 32, which I think we can say title, which I don't know if this is going to take 32. Yeah, it's taking 32, I think. Yeah, let's just leave this like that. Okay, so for the subtitle, I think I'm going to be just using inline styles for this. For the subtitle, I want to say color gray and text align center. Okay, and I think that looks great. All right, so after this, I'm going to create another section. And this one, it's going to contain a button. So let's import our button and it's going to be create new list. All right, and let's add a style in here. I'm going to duplicate the button for now. And let's add a gap of 16. All right, so now after this, I'm going to create a new view. And inside this view, we're going to have a nice divider. If we go back to see the text, we have this or join existing, really cool text. So we're going to do that. And that is going to be a view, which is basically going to render 2 views. And then in the middle, we are going to have a theme text, which is going to say or joined existing. Let's say color, I think it's going to be gray. All right, let's hit save. Let's go to the screen. So in this case, for this line, I think it's worth it creating a style down here. So sorry for making you creating this again, guys, but I'm going to create this line style, which is basically going to have a background color of gray, kind of gray, and it has a height of 1 so that we can use this in here. So I'm gonna say style, and by the way, it's going to be styles, not style. Okay, dot line. Okay, let's hit save, and let's add the same style in here. And now we can say flex direction row to this. Awesome. And then align items center. And let's add a nice gap of 8, maybe 16. Oops. Okay, and that looks great to me. Now we can generate a new section by copying this again, but in this case, I'm going to have a text input. So this text input is going to be for entering a list code, and we need to save this value somewhere. So let's create this list ID using useState. So I'll say const list ID set list ID. equal to use state. This is going to be a string, so we can initialize this to be an empty string. And then if I come back, those warnings are gone. Now on submit editing, so if the user presses the enter key, we want to join the shopping list callback, right? We want to use this function. So for that, let's for now say const equal to an empty function. And finally, in this case, this is expecting a string. Yeah, so in this case, this function should be expecting a string. So let's pass the string in here, which is going to be the list. Actually, it's going to be the list ID that we want to join. So let's pass a string. Cool, so now the warning is gone. Then we also need a handle join list. Let's create this function up here, and we're going to see the difference in a moment. I'll say const handle join list, and let's create this empty function. So this one does not get anything in the parameters. Is valid list ID. This is going to be a variable that is going to let me know if the ID that the user is entering manually, in this case, it's going to be valid. So for that, I'm going to be using a helper function. Let's add this helper function here. And this helper function just has a regex expression that is going to validate if the input is a UUID, okay? And if the input is a UUID, then it's a potential valid list. So we are going to let the user continue. So for that, I'm going to have another variable down here. And we are going to store that using useMemo as well. And we are just calling isValid UUID. And this is going to get the list ID in here. And every time that the list ID changes, we're going to call this value and recalculate this variable again. So if it's a valid list ID, then we're going to let the user join. Otherwise, this button is going to be disabled. Okay. Finally, we have this handle dismiss to. And this function is going to dismiss the screen that we have before we navigate to the next one. So let's create this function. And this function, it's going to get as parameter the screen that we want to navigate. And this is going to be an href type from Expo Router. And in here, I'm going to say if router dot, and I need to bring my router. So I'll say router equal to use router from Expo Router. Let's go down here. And I'm going to say if can dismiss. So if we do have a screen, we want to dismiss this screen, right? By the way, hopefully in the future, this won't be needed because actually router has a dismiss to, which should dismiss everything and take me to the screen that I want. But at the moment that I'm recording this video, there is an issue with React Native screens, and that's why I need to do this workaround, which is first of all, check if we can dismiss. And if we can, we are going to dismiss the current screen. And then I'm going to set a timeout with, it's going to have 100 milliseconds. And then I'm going to say router push, and I'm going to push to the screen that we are passing as parameter. Okay, so this is the function. And now down here, I'm dismissing and I'm going to the scan screen, which is this one. Okay, cool. So yeah, that's how it looks. Let's press the scan QR code. It's taking me. So this is a full screen modal, and I have the cancel button, which is great. And if I press the create new list, it should dismiss as well. So where is the create new list? In here. So in this case, I'm going to say on press, dismiss, handle dismiss to, and I want to navigate to new. So I'm going to say list new create. And of course, I need to have a function like this in this case because I'm passing parameters. So yeah, so let's try that out. It's dismissing the screen and then we navigate to the screen. All right, so this is working great. All right, so now we have 3 sections, and in here I'm gonna say gap of 32 and hit save. Now we have this really nice spacing and everything should be working just fine. Okay, so the keyword, it's accessible. We are not covering it. And yeah, so this is the screen. It's looking good. And if I enter, like a random string, this is not going to do anything. Cool. All right, so this is the UI. Now we are, I think, ready to start creating a new list. We're going to come back to this join list and join shipping list callback in a moment. So for now, let's just leave that pending. Let's go to the create new list. All right, so here, the first thing that I want to do is wrap this in a fragment, and I'm gonna need to import React for that. And I think it's going to give me a quick fix here. Okay. And in here, I'm gonna say stack from Expo Router dot screen. Let's change the options. First of all, the header title, it's going to be new list. Yeah, like this. All right, now it looks better. And let's say header large title equal to false. Yeah, so this is how it looks. Let's try this again. Let's navigate. Great, and everything still works on dark mode. So yeah, cool stuff. Now, in order for me to don't take too much time just building the styles, I'm going to go ahead and paste the styles down here. If you want to do the same, I would encourage you to do that and then come here and play around with the styles. But yeah, you can, if you want, pause the video and copy these styles from the repo, or otherwise just pause the video and copy them manually or play around with your style. But anyways, these are the styles that I'm going to be using for this screen. So I'm going to be importing my color apple blue, and the other thing that I imported was style sheet. Cool. So in here, we have this body scroll view. So I'm going to pass the content container style, and let's grab the styles dot scroll view content. Okay, so this is going to have just a padding of 16. All right, let's create a view. And this is going to be a simple view from React Native. And this is going to be like a container for a text input. So let's import our text input, and let's add a placeholder that says grocery essentials, for example. Okay, so that's our input. Now this input is going to be a bit special because it's going to be large. So let's access the size. Okay, that's how it looks. Then we can also access the variant. The variant is going to be ghost. Okay, that's how it looks. And then let's pass the return key type. The return key type is going to be done. And if you're wondering what this does, it's basically when you have the keyboard, you can see the done blue key. And by the way, this is just for iOS, I think. So it looks like that. And you can also access a method called onSubmit editing. And onSubmit editing is going to be like a callback function that is going to trigger an action once the user presses the done. In this case, we're going to handle create list. So let's go ahead and create a function up here. Handle create list. And let's call it down here. So let's also create some use state variables for this one. So we're going to need the list name and set list name. Let's store these values in here. So I'm going to say value list name, and on change text, set list name. Oops. Yep, here. Yeah, so let me come here and type this as a string so that we don't have this warning. Another thing that I want to do with this input is to autofocus it. So when we load the screen, automatically the keyboard is going to be already ready for this input. Let's now add the input style from the styles dot input, I'll say just title input, which basically is just making the font. Let's just check it out. It's font weight 600, font size 28, and padding of 0. That's how it looks. And then I'm gonna be adding as well a content style for this one. And this is going to be title input container. Okay, so let's hit save. Basically, it's just getting rid of the margin bottom and setting this max width, flex shrink, and flex grow. And I'm adding that because I'm going to have some buttons to the right and I want to prevent the content for being over the screen. So with flex grow and flex shrink, we can achieve that. All right, so next to it, I'm going to create a link. And this link is going to have a view inside of it. And this link, by the way, it's coming from Expo Router. And this is going to take an href. The href can take an object specifying the path name. And in this case, I want to go to the emoji picker. So we don't have this emoji picker yet screen, and we are going to create it in a moment. Let me add a style as well for this input. This is going to use the emoji button style, and then border color, and this is going to take the selected color, by the way. So just to make sure that we are in the same page, let's check the app. So when we are creating a new item, you can see that we can pick a color and we can pick an emoji. So this is what we are doing in here. We are creating these buttons, and I'm adding the border color to be the selected color. So the selected color is going to be a use state variable. So let's save that in here. By the way, the selected color, because this is going to come from a different screen, we need to set this value, and we need to basically somehow pass this setter function to the screen that we are going to be using for setting this color. So we're gonna be using a context for that. And I guess for now, I'm going to set this to be blue, just so that we have a color, but we need to create a context to handle that. So inside of this, I'm going to use a text that is going to render the selected emoji. And the selected emoji, of course, in this case, I'm going to hard code it. Let's import the text from React Native. Oh yeah, and this text goes inside this view. And I need to import text from React Native. Delete this. Okay, let's reload. Let's go back. Create new list. There we have it. So yeah, that's going to be the emoji picker button. So this is going to have a style, and the style is going to be emoji container. Okay, so that makes it a little bit with more padding. And then this emoji button. All right, and finally, I want to pass a style to this view. So let's say styles dot input container, and basically this is putting the items from left to right, aligning to the center, and adding a gap. Cool. So this is how it looks. Basically, we're going to have the same button for the color. So we can basically copy paste this. But instead of rendering this text, in this case, I'm going to render a, so the selected color for now, it's blue. I'm going to have just a view with the background color. So this is how it looks at the end of the day. And this is going to take me to the color picker. So we are going to create those in a moment. After this, we are going to have a text input. And this text input is going to be just for the description of the list. So that means that we need to create a new variable using useState. So we can duplicate this and change this name and set list description. Okay, this is a string as well. And if I hit save, that's how it looks. We are just passing this style, which is adding some padding, that's all. And the value, setting everything. And if we press the unsubmit editing, we are going to handle create list as well. And just to finish, we are going to have just a button. So let's import this button from our components. When we press this button, we are going to handle the create list function. And if we don't have a list name, this button is going to be disabled. The variant is going to be ghost. And the style for this button is going to be this one. So by the way, I'm going to just use the semi-bold. That's how it looks. And it has the apple blue. So if I delete the apple blue, it's going to look like that. So I think I'm just going to delete this style, by the way. I don't think it's needed. And hit save. Let's see how it looks if it's not disabled. Yeah, it's blue. So yeah, this works fine. So now I think we're ready to start implementing the logic of the picker, the emoji picker, and the color picker. Okay, and you might be wondering at what time we are going to start using TinyBase, but I think this is the I guess like the most complicated thing is to have the UI right, and then we can start playing around with the state of the app. But I think we have made a great progress so far, and once we have the pickers, we can start integrating TinyBase. Okay, guys, so we are ready to start integrating our picker, emoji picker, and color picker. Now, as a side note, I actually want to use a form sheet presentation, which means in order to have this kind of really nice presentation with a sheet, we need to have our pickers in a separate screen, which means somehow we need to share the selected color and selected emoji with our create screen, because we need those values when we are creating a new record. So for that, my idea is to lift up the state. So I'm going to create a context with a provider that is going to wrap these two screens. And then we can reutilize this picker, for example, to create a new list or update an existing one, and then use those values in any other screen that needs those values. So when we are creating and updating, basically. So let me just go back to the create new screen. This is where we're going to be. From here, we're going to be navigating to those screens, and then we are going to select the emoji. So for that, let's create a context. So it's a good practice, I would say, to create a folder called context that is going to contain my provider and context. I'll name this one list creation because it's going to take a couple of variables. So list creation context .tsx. Okay. So first of all, let's define what type of data we're going to be, passing into this provider. So I'll say list creation context, and this is a type. First of all, I need to have the selected emoji, which is going to be of type string, selected color of type string as well. And then we need to pass as well the setter functions just in case we need them. So I'm going to say set selected emoji and set selected color. Now these are going to be functions, and these functions are going to return void, but these are setter functions with me, which means we're going to pass the emoji as parameter, which is of type string. And let me just copy this and paste it in here. In this case, we're going to pass the color. Okay, so this is basically the structure of the data that we're going to be passing in this context. Now let's create a context. I'll say list creation context. This is going to be equal to create context, and we are going to import this hook from React, and let's initialize this to be undefined. Now I want to type this, so let's pass this generic type, and it's going to be list creation context, which is the type that we created above, or undefined at the beginning, right? So at the beginning, we are not going to have anything, so that's why I'm saying this is going to be undefined. All right, so we have the context. Let's create the provider, which is basically a component that is going to be exposing this state to the children. So I'm going to say export function list creation, in this case, provider. Okay. And this is going to be a function that is going to look like this. So I'm typing the children, and the children, let me put this on here. Children, it's going to be of type react dot react node, which means a component. And then I can remove that. Let's create the state for the selected emoji. Set selected emoji using useState. So this is going to be just maybe a car. And let's do the same for the color. So I'm going to say selected color and set selected color. Okay. And let's give it a default value. By default, this is going to be this color, which is 9cc AFF, which is, I don't remember. I think it's like a blue. Cool. So then let's have a return. Let's have the list creation context. Let's access the provider, and inside let's render the children. So this provider is going to expose the following values, which is the selected color, selected emoji, set selected color, and set selected emoji. Okay, so let's go ahead and hit save. Yeah, and that's it. We can now import this provider and wrap our screens that need access to these variables. And then we can also use the state. Now, a really nice abstraction that we can do when we are using context is to create a hook. So I'm going to say export function used list creation. And this hook basically it's just going to grab the context, and it's going to call use context from React, passing the list creation context. So that when we are using the context or the state, we don't need to import this again. We don't need to import this list creation context. We can simply import this use list creation, and it's going to return the state. And then we can have a validation here. So if we don't have a context, or I can say if context it's equal to undefined, then this means that the component that is trying to access, or it's using this hook, is not wrapped within the provider. So let's throw a new error. So I'm going to say error, and the message is going to be, please wrap the component with list creation provider. Cool. All right, if we pass this if statement, it means that we have the state. So let's just return the context, which at the end of the day is going to have the state, as you can see here. So yeah, so let's go ahead and hit save. Now, if I hover here, we should see the type. Cool, so this is fully typed. Now we can use this hook in our screen. But now when I press this emoji or this color picker, I want to navigate to the screens, right? So we need to create new screens to have the pickers. So let's start with the emoji picker. For that one, I will create a new file inside my index segment, and I'll call this one emoji picker.tsx. And let's export default function emoji picker. This is going to be a string, so sorry, a screen. So I'm gonna say screen like this, and let's return a flat list from React Native. So a flat list is basically a list, and I'm going to pass the data that I want to render. So in this case, I want to render the emojis, which is an array that it's coming from our constants, and just a list of emojis. Cool. All right, then we need to render an item. So we need to pass the component that is going to render this item, and this component is going to get the item as property. So I'm going to create a component in here. It's going to be a pressable. And inside this pressable, I'm going to have a text. So this is an emoji. We don't need to care about dark or light mode. So I'm just going to use the regular text, and I'm going to pass the item. Now, when we press this item, I want to call a function, which is going to be handle emoji select. So I'm going to say const handle emoji select. This is an arrow function, and it's going to take the emoji as parameter. The emoji is of type string, and whenever we select an emoji, we need to set the context variable. So let's use our context. I'm going to use my hook use list creation, which is the one that we just created. And from here, we can destructure the set selected emoji, which is a function that we really need here. And then in here, I'm going to just say set selected emoji equal to the emoji that we are getting in the parameter of this function. Okay, and then I want to go back. So let's use the router. Use router from Expo Router, and then let's say router.back, which is going to take me to the previous screen. And then whenever we press this, we call our function handle emoji select. Of course, we need to pass the item. So let's call it like this, passing the item as property. And let's hit save. All right, so that's basically how it looks. Let's see what happens if I navigate to this screen. So let's go to the list creation. And from here, oh, this is the context, never mind. Let's go to the create. Yeah, so this is the create. We are inside this screen on the right. And when I press the emoji, this one, I want to navigate to the emoji picker. So let's see if we get the route. If I can write picker. Cool. And let's hit save. All right, so I'm going to press, and I'm just going to reload the app. It looks like the router didn't load the screen because it's new. So let's press again. Cool. Hey, nice. Now we get our error that says, please wrap the component with the context. So yeah, it's good that we added the error in the context because we forgot to do that. So let's just give access to the entire index segment to our provider. And we can do that in the layout. So yeah, let's go ahead and do that in the layout. I'm going to basically wrap this into my provider. It's called list creation provider. And let's just wrap our component and hit save. So this means that everything inside these screens is going to have access to the state. Let's go back. Let's press the emoji. And hey, now it's working. Cool. Awesome. So in my screen emoji. Oh yeah, so I just created the screen, but I haven't added it in here. So after the new scan, let's create a new stack. This one is going to be for the emoji picker. So I'll just paste this in here. I'm just passing the name and the options. Like I mentioned before, I wanted to use a form sheet. So let's use these settings. The header is going to be choose an emoji, and we're allowing these detents. So let's hit save. And if I hit save, you can see that now we can play around within these values, and we have this really cool sheet. Cool. Now let's go back to the screen and let's improve the UI a little bit. So after rendering the item, I'm going to use this property called number of columns, and I want to have 5. So if I hit save, I'm going to get an error, by the way, because we cannot change this dynamically. This has to be set before we render the list. But if I go back to the list, we should be able to see the 5 columns. So this is working. All right, now let's change the font size for this text. So let's pass the style inline, and I'm going to set this to be 40. Okay, it's looking better. And then after number of columns, by the way, I need to set a key extractor. This is basically just so that we have like a key for each item that we are rendering. So let's just pass the item as a key. Then if you remember, to prevent this content from going off the screen or being behind the header, we can use the automatically adjust insets. So let's hit save. Let's see if that fixes the issue. Nope. So apart from this, we also need to say the content inset behavior and set this to automatic, I believe. Let's see if this fixed the issue. Yeah. So now it's working. Cool. All right. Now after this, I'm going to have a content container style and just add a padding of 16. And a padding bottom of 100. This is just so that we have some space at the bottom and the user can select freely. And then on the pressable, I want to add a style as well. So in this case, I'm going to say style and then flex of 1. All right, and justify content center and align items to the center. Okay, cool. Now this looks good. Yeah, and this is our emoji picker. So whenever we select one of these items, we are going to call the handle set emoji, which is going to set the context value of the selected emoji, and then we can use this emoji on the previous screen. Okay, so yeah, let's select an apple. Right now, nothing is happening, but it's actually happening. It's setting the value and also dismissing the screen. So it's running this line router back. And yeah, so before I go and use the state, I want to create a new screen, which is basically just a copy paste of this one. So let's duplicate the emoji picker. And this is going to be, instead of emoji picker, color picker. This screen is going to be identical basically. So instead of emoji, it's going to handle color, and I'll just go ahead and paste this. We are doing the same. We're using the context, but in this case, it's going to be set selected color. When we press the color, we are going to, let me actually delete this. This is just for haptics on iOS, but this is optional. You don't really need this right now. So let's go ahead and just handle the color select, passing the item. And that's it. Everything else, it's the same. Instead of rendering an emoji, we're rendering a view of 40 by 40 with the background color of the item. And these colors, by the way, are coming from the colors array in our constants. Cool, so let's close that. And yeah, everything else is the same thing. All right, let me delete this. Now let's go back to the Expo, to the layout. And we can simply duplicate this emoji picker and set the preferences for the color picker. And then in this case, it's going to be choose a color and hit save. All right, now let's close this for now. Let's close the color picker, emoji picker. And whenever we press the color, I want to navigate to the color picker. Let's hit save. Let's reload the app to make sure that the screen is loaded in the router. And let's press the color. Okay, awesome. And we have this beautiful screen. Whenever I press a color, we dismiss the screen and we set the context state. Now, in this screen, we can access those values. So let's use our hook. Use create list creation. Let's abstract the selected color and selected emoji. And let's pass these values in here. So this is going to be selected, in this case, emoji. And down here, it's going to be selected color instead of this hard-coded blue. So I'll say selected color and hit save. By the way, I changed these 3 variables. Cool, and now on the right, we can see the selected color. So if I come here and change this to be like a red one, and you can see that the screen is dismissed and the emoji is being, updated as well. Awesome, so this is working great. Now there is a small issue that I want to address right now. And because we're gonna be using this selected color and selected emoji, not only on this create screen, but also in the update screen. When we set these values, if we go to a new screen, the previous selected values are going to be there. And sometimes we don't want that. So in that case, every time that we dismiss this component or this screen, we want to clean the selected color. And whenever we load this screen, we want to set a new color. So in this case, when we open the new list, we want to generate a random color and a random emoji. So for that, we can use a use effect from React. Use effect takes a callback and an array of dependencies. So I want to run this effect just once, and I'll just grab the set and set emoji and set color functions. So as soon as we load this component, I want to set the emoji to be a random emoji. So I'm going to import my emojis array, and then I'm going to grab a random value. So let's floor a math.random, and this random can be between 0 and the max length of the emojis. So let's pass the length in here. And yeah, we can do the same for the set selected color, instead passing the colors, which is going to be background colors. We are importing that from the constant, and in this case, it's going to be background colors.length. Oh yeah, let me write down the correct name. So basically, when we load this screen, we select like a random emoji and color. And then once we dismiss this screen or unmount this component, we are going to call up this cleanup function. Use effect has this return callback function that helps to clean. So inside this function, we need to clean our variables. So I'll set everything, set selected color and set selected emoji to an empty string. So this assures that next time that we try to use these variables in another screen, we're not going to have the previous selected values. Okay, so let's go back and let's navigate again to the create new list, and we get a different color and a different emoji each time. Great. Awesome. So now we have these values. We are ready to actually write these down into TinyBase. All right, so now I think we're ready to start integrating TinyBase. And yeah, let's do that so that we can start adding lists to our application and our database. So the first thing that I want to do is add the TinyBase provider. So TinyBase is going to handle the store for us and offline support and everything. So I want to basically just have access to TinyBase inside the index, because only authenticated users are going to be inside this segment. So let's go to the layout, and here I have my list creation provider. So let's go ahead and wrap this component into the TinyBase provider. So first of all, we need to import it from TinyBase. So this is going to be called provider. And by the way, I need to say /UI React. And in here we have a provider. So I'll call this TinyBase provider. All right, now let's wrap this. So I'll copy this, select everything. I'll call wrapped with abbreviation and paste this in here. Okay, so now we have the TinyBase provider. And we can hit save, reload, and everything should remain the same. So first of all, we need to set up a persister, because we're using TinyBase and this is going to be compatible for web and Android and iOS. We need to create a persister for web and another one for iOS and Android. The reason for that is because for the mobile application, we're going to be using SQLite under the hood. and that uses Expo SQLite, which is only compatible with iOS and Android at the moment that I'm recording this video. Hopefully for SDK 53 we will have access, we will have support for web, but at the moment we need to have a persister for native and another one for web. Okay, so let's go ahead and create a new folder. Let's handle that. We're going to create both. So let's call this persistence. And inside this folder, I will create a new file called create client persister.ts. So we're going to use this client persister for native. So let's export. This is an arrow function that basically is going to call a function called create Expo SQLite persister from TinyBase. So this is going to come from TinyBase /persisters /persister Expo SQLite with schemas. Now we're using with schemas because we want to type our data. Basically, we're going to define a schema so that TinyBase will generate types for us, type safety, right? So from here, I'm going to import this create Expo SQLite persister. And by the way, I'm going to import all as SQLite from Expo SQLite. Okay, so this is the per dependency that we installed at the beginning. And if you already forget, we have it installed here. I'm using version 15 at the time that I'm recording this video. And yeah, so once we have that, I'm going to import as well from TinyBase with schemas. This is just for type safety. I'm going to import mergeable, store, and optional schemas. These two are just interfaces, and if you hover, you can read the documentation. It's basically just to represent the store that is going to have the metadata or the structure of the data that we're going to be merging, right? So in this case, we are creating a mergeable store because we're going to have synchronization. You could have only local support. In that case, you won't need the mergeable store. But yeah, so in this case, the only thing that we are doing when we call this create persister, it's going to be called the create Expo SQLite persister, and then we need to pass a store, and I'll call SQLite dot open database async. This is going to create a database with the store ID as name plus the extension, which is going to be .db. Okay, and this store and store ID, we're going to pass those variables as parameter. So let's type this in here. Store is going to be of type string, and store ID is going to be of type string, and it's called like this. And the store is going to be of type mergeable store. And inside here, I'm going to say schemas. And these schemas, by the way, it's going to be from here. I'm going to say schemas. This is going to extend from optional schemas. And this is before, this is after the equal. So this is how it looks at the end of the day. And it's important that we keep in mind that we're going to create basically a database for each store ID. And you're going to see how we are going to call this function create client persister in a moment. But this is for mobile. Now let's create a persister for web. I'll just duplicate this file and change the extension to be .web.ts. Now the difference is that for web, we are not going to be using SQLite. And in fact, if we try to import this and then run it on web, this is going to break. That's why we need to create this file for web, which is not going to use, SQLite. And in this case, I'm going to import, instead of importing from Expo SQLite, /persister is going to be persister browser, and then with schemas. So this is going to save the data in the local storage in the browser. So let's call the create local persister. The types are going to remain the same. In this case, we just need to update the create local persister, and we're going to pass the store and the store ID. So in this case, we don't need to call SQLite. We just pass the store ID for web, and that's it. So this file with the web extension is going to be used for web, and the other one for native once again. All right, so now that we have these two functions to create our persister, we can call these functions. Let's go ahead and create a new file, and I'm going to abstract the creation of the persister into a hook. So let's call this hook use create client persister and start.ts. So let's hit save. So this is going to be basically a hook that is going to call or initialize the persister for us. So let's call this function export const, and it's going to start it. So use create client persister and start, and this is going to be an arrow function. So let's type this the same way that we type the persister. So I'm going to say schemas extends optional schemas, and I need to import this from TinyBase with schemas. Now inside these parentheses, we're going to pass the store ID, the store, and the initial content JSON, and a then function. So let's type this. This is going to be of type string. The store is going to be of type mergeable store, and I'm going to import this from with schemas. And this is going to take a schema as generic. The initial content JSON is going to be of type string. The initial content JSON basically is the first state of the content that we're going to be storing for each store. And then this is like a callback function. So this is going to be a callback function that returns void, and this is how it looks. These two are optional. And then inside this function, I can say basically have a return. And now on top of this, I'm going to import UI React, all as UI React from TinyBase UI React with schemas, which are basically like functions from TinyBase that we can use to create the persister. So I'm going to say UI React as, and then UI React dot with schemas. Let's pass the schemas again in here. And after that, I'm going to say use create persister. Okay, so this is going to take the store. Let's pass the store. Then it's going to create the persister. So we need to have a function here. This is going to be like a callback function that is going to call the create client persister. Now, if you remember, this is the function that we created here for web and native, and we are importing it just like that. We are not adding the extension so that Expo knows when we compile this for web that it needs to use the web version of this file, and when we are running this on iOS or Android, we're going to be using just the TS file, the TS version. Cool, which means the SQLite version, right? Then, so this is going to take the store ID. Let's pass that in here, and the store as well. This store is going to be of type mergeable store, and let's pass the schemas in here as well, and then comma. Then we will have the store ID, comma, and then we need to pass the then. So this is going to be an async function, arrow function, and we are going to have the persister in the parameter. Okay, so now let's say let initial content equal to undefined, and then we will have a try catch. If we have an error, I'll just put in the console, and inside the try, I'm going to say initial content equal to json.parse. So we're going to parse the JSON from the initial content JSON variable. So after this try catch, I'm going to say await persister.load. And then we're going to pass the initial content, and then await persister.start autosave. So basically this is going to start the persistence. Finally, we call the then function if it exists. And then, so if I add a comma here, now this is going to take some dependencies as well. So the dependencies are going to be the initial content JSON. Okay, so let's hit save. Now I have a couple errors in here, and these are warnings. And these warnings are coming because we are using TypeScript strict mode. So I just come here and change this to be false. This should work as we have it right now. And if I change the configuration in my TypeScript config file, the warnings are gone, and this should be working fine. So basically this hook is just going to start the persister with the initial state if we have one, right? Now this should be saving data. Inside the stores, what I'll do is I will create a new component, and this component is going to be ShoppingListStore. So we're going to have two. Let's just make this clear right now. One is going to be called Shopping Lists, and the other one just Shopping List. The reason why I'm doing this is because we are going to keep track of all the lists that are from a single user, right? So that is going to be a list of shopping lists. And then we're going to keep track of the items inside a list individually. This will allow us to synchronize data among many users and have the data isolated in a single store. So let's start with the shopping list store. And this shopping list store basically is like the structure of the data of a list. So a list is going to have a name, a list is going to have a description, a list is going to have products, right? So we need to define that in here. So first of all, we need to define a store ID prefix. This is going to be so that we have this identifier for this store. In this case, it's going to be shopping list store. Okay, this is the store ID prefix. Now we need to specify as well the schema of the data that we are going to be using. So I'll put this down here. This is my schema, and this is how it looks. Now this is going to help as well so that we have type safety and autocomplete whenever we access the data. So this is just an object. I'm defining the structure of my data. Each list is going to have an ID. Each list is going to have a name, description, emoji, created at, updated at, okay? And also a tables schema. Each list is going to have products and collaborators, okay? This is how it's going to look. So yeah, we're going to have kind of like a relation between a list, the values of the list, and the products and collaborators, because a list can have products and a list can have collaborators. Cool. So that's my schema. That's how my data is going to look. Now we need to type the schemas, the shopping list value ID, and the shopping list product cell ID. So I will do that after I generate my schema. So this is how it looks. Basically, we are just creating types for my schemas. This is how it looks. It has the properties ID, name, quantity, and these are the products, right? This is an array. So the value identifier is going to be either name, description, and the products is going to be as well ID, name, created. So these are the values for each of the tables, basically. You can think of it like that. And we're just inferring the types based on the schemas that we defined above. Okay, so after this, we're going to use a bunch of hooks from TinyBase, and I'm going to paste them in here. So we're going to need to import, again, UI React from TinyBase. So let's do that in here. Import all as from TinyBase UI React with schemas. And if I scroll down, you can see that the warning is gone. And this is what we're going to use. So I guess it's a bit different when we're using TinyBase. If you are used to using like an SQL database or something like that, when we are using TinyBase, it's a bit different because it's like we're using objects, and we can access the data by just positioning ourselves in the key of the object. And then if you want to access merge data within that object, you can position yourself on another key within that object. So that's why we have these hooks that will allow you to access the data. So for example, we have this hook use table that, as you might imagine, will allow you to access a table. So how can you access a table? You can simply call the use table and then pass the table ID, and then pass the store or store ID, and that's it. You'll get the table, right? So what happens if you want to access the store? So you use the hook use store. Which store do you want to access? Ideally, you would have an ID for each store. And this is what we are doing in here. We are creating a store for each list and for each user, for example. So when I create a new user called Beto, for example, I'm going to create a new store that is going to hold my list of lists. But when I create a new list, I'm also going to create a new store with the ID of my new list that is going to contain products and collaborators. And then I can share that list separately from my content or my store, personal store. Okay. So when I want to access a store, I'm going to use the use store hook. So if I want to access a cell, we use the use cell. And if I scroll down, you can see that cell is going to be like a specific value in a table. So we need to pass a table. Let's say that I want to access the product name, right? So I need to pass the product's table ID. And then the row ID would be like the ID of the product that I want to access. So let's say I want to access products ID1 and then the name. So the cell ID would be name. And then the store or store ID, this is optional, but this is going to return me like the name, for example, in this case, Apple, right? See if that's a product. So you see what I'm getting in here. We are going to be using like a bunch of hooks. And in this shopping list store file that we're creating in here, we are going to abstract all these hooks calls within a single file so that we can have all the database logic or TinyBase logic, store logic within this file, and then we can cleanly call these components or these hooks outside in our components. Okay, but if we need to make some changes, we can always come back in here. So I hope that makes sense. If we want to use a value, just come here and hover over everything and you will get a very detailed with examples explanation. Okay, so now that we have that, as you might imagine, we are going to need to have an ID that we can reutilize all the time and we are not going to forget. So we need a way of creating this ID that we can then reutilize to access the tables, to access a cell, to access a value. So for that, we're going to create a hook. And this hook is going to be called use stored ID. So this hook is going to get me my store ID. And my store ID is going to be conformed by the store ID prefix, which is ShoppingListStore is just a string, plus the list ID. And the list ID is going to be a parameter that we are going to pass. Okay, so this is going to change, but we're going to create a store for each list ID. Now, whenever I want to use the ID of a specific list, I'm just going to call use store ID, passing the list ID. Okay, I hope that makes sense. Yep. So now at the end of this file, I will create a function that is going to create, persist, and synchronize a store containing the shopping list and products. Okay, so let's create this function here. So I'm going to create this function called ShoppingListsStore, which at the end of the day is like a component that is going to get these properties. And then from here, we need to call our hooks. And we're going to come back to this in a moment. What I want to do now is create a new folder inside my store. And I'll call this folder synchronization. And this one is going to be very interesting because this file, I'm going to create a new file in here. And I'm going to name it use server synchronization and start, which is basically, it's almost the same thing that we had in here. And this hook, it's like we have in here, but in this case, this one is going to synchronize everything through a WebSocket, which is going to be our backend. And we are going to just create this hook and then call our, basically pass the URL of our server. And after this, we're going to create our server, but I'm just going to paste this logic in here. It's not that complex. It's just like 40 lines of code. But what we're doing here is just accessing this reconnecting WebSocket dependency. So if you remember, we installed this reconnecting at the beginning, and this reconnecting WebSocket dependency, it's optional, by the way, but it's used so that when we lose connection to the WebSocket, we're going to try to reconnect right away. So then we're also importing the create WebSocket synchronizer, which is coming from TinyBase synchronizers WebSocket client with schemas. Okay. Then we're importing again everything as UI React from TinyBase, and then the types of mergeable store and optional schemas. So in this case, we want to basically just pass our store through this synchronizer so that we end up with the same state in all the clients. And for that, we need to have the server, right? So we're going to have that in our Expo public sync server URL. So let's go ahead and create this environment variable. Let's go to the .env, and I'll create this in here. So we need to add our link in here, and we are going to come back to that in a moment. So yeah, once we have the sync server URL, we need to just validate that we have one. And then we are creating this hook, which is going to create the synchronizer and start it. Okay, we need to basically the same thing, pass the store ID that we want to synchronize, pass the store as well. And then we're going to do the same thing. In this case, we're going to call use create synchronizer. This is coming from UI React. And then we pass the store. So this is going to take the store. So, and if I hover here, you can see that this takes the store, and this is going to be a mergeable store. Then it takes a function called create, and the function create, it's this one. And this is going to create the synchronizer. As you can see in this comment, we are typing the store as mergeable store, passing the schemas. And then this synchronizer, it's calling this await create WebSocket synchronizer. And this is coming from TinyBase as well. Okay. So this web synchronizer, it's going to take the store, the WebSocket, and the request timeout seconds. So in this case, we're passing the store and then the WebSocket, but the WebSocket, it's not just a single WebSocket. It's not a simple normal WebSocket. Basically, it's wrapping this reconnecting WebSocket library, which allows us to pass these extra properties like max reconnection delay, connection timeout. So what I'm saying here is that if we get disconnected, try to connect again a second later. So that means if I block my my phone, or if I turn off my phone or Wi-Fi, and after I come back online, the connection of the WebSocket is going to be finished. But because we have this reconnecting WebSocket, it's going to retry connecting a second later, which is great. So yeah, we are passing the sync server URL in here plus the store ID. Okay, so the sync server, it's going to be our base URL plus the store ID. Got it? And then this is taking protocols, which is an empty array. You can see it here. And finally, the options, which is the reconnection settings. You can play around with that if you want. Finally, once we have that, we start the synchronizer by calling start sync. And then if the WebSocket reconnects in the future, do other explicit async. So in this case, we're calling get WebSocket, add event listener. And when the socket opens, we are going to load the synchronizer. This is so that we trigger like a new sync once we get connected. Okay, so let's say that I turn off my Wi-Fi and then connect on my Wi-Fi. We connect again to the server, but this is specifically triggering a new synchronization so that we fetch data and pull data, and we end up with the same state with all clients. And finally, we return the synchronizer, and the dependencies are going to be the store ID. Okay, so let's go ahead and hit save. This is going to be all the logic that we need to have a synchronizer. So basically, we just need to pass the URL and that's it, and call this with the store and store ID, and that's it. So let's go back now to the ShoppingListsStore. Inside this ShoppingListsStore, I will create my store ID. And this is how my store ID is going to look. I'm using my hook, use store ID, passing the list ID that we're going to get in the properties of this component. Okay, so that's my store ID. Then let's have our store. So let's import create mergeable store. And this is going to come from with schemas. Okay, so this is creating the mergeable store. And then it's calling the create mergeable store.set schema, and it's passing the table schema and the values schema. This is my store, and it's going to be fully typed. Okay, so once we have that, we are going to persist the store with initial content if it hasn't been saved before, right? So if we already have the same store, we are not going to do anything. And then it ensures that the current user is added as a collaborator. So when we create a new shopping list store, we need to add a user as collaborator, right? So each time that you enter a new list, we are going to add the user to the as collaborator to the list. So if you remember, if we look at the tables schema, we have a tables called collaborator. It's going to have the ID of the user plus their nickname, and their nickname is going to be just a part of their email. Okay, so that's like their name. So we need to somehow get that nickname and then set the row in the collaborators, passing the user ID and the nickname. So what I'm doing here is just setting the collaborator, which is the user ID, and then the nickname, which is going to be this nickname. So we need to get those values before we store these collaborators. So let's import this persistence, use create client persister. So if I come here, it's just calling this hook, right, that we created before. So finally, we're using it in here. We're passing the store ID, the store, the initial content JSON, and then we need to set the collaborators. But we're going to come back to that in a moment. After I have the client persister and start, I'm going to send this to the synchronizer. So let's import our hook, use create server synchronizer, which is the one that we just created in here. We pass the store ID in the store. After this, I'm going to call the use provide store. So use provide store, it's coming from the UI React from TinyBase. And this is going to be a hook that is used to add store object by ID into a provider component. So as you can see here, normally you will register a store by ID in a context by using this stores by ID prop. But this hook, however, lets you dynamically add a new store to the context from within a descendant component. This is useful for applications where the set of stores is not known at the time of the first render of the root provider. So use provide store, it's going to allow me to add more stores dynamically to the context, okay? And as I mentioned before, we're going to be creating stores each time that we create a new list, basically. So this is going to take the store ID and the store. Okay, so I hope that makes sense. And then I'm going to return null because this is a JSX component, if you remember. So this is kind of like a component that is going to return null. And yeah, this is how it looks. I know it's a bit hard to understand, especially if you are not familiar with SQL, but if you write this and go over the documentation and hover over all the hooks that we're using, I'm sure that you're going to get a really nice understanding of how this works. And if you start tweaking around some things and properties, you're going to get it faster. Okay, so I need the user ID and the nickname. Let's go to our hooks folder and let's create a new file called use nicknames nickname.ts. So we are going to grab the ID from the current authenticated user and the nickname from the email. So I'm going to import Clerk Expo use user, and this is going to be a hook. So export const use user ID and nickname. So I'll grab the user from use user, and this is going to return the user. By the way, I can say user like this. Okay, and once I have the user, I'm going to return these two values. So the first one is going to be the user ID, and the second one is going to be the user.primary email address.email address. So this is the email address, but I don't want the entire email address. I just want the first part before the @ so we can do a split in here, and I will split where the @ is at, and then I'll grab the first position of this array. Okay, so now I can use my use nickname in here, and I'll say const. This is going to return an array with two items, user ID and nickname. Okay, cool. So this is going to return the user ID and nickname. All right, now we have these values. So I hope this makes sense. Let's try to quickly go over this component. It's just grabbing the store ID, okay, dynamically based on the list ID that we are passing. Then it's creating the store using the useCreate mergeable store. This is going to be a store or data that is going to be mergeable. And to create the store, we are calling this create mergeable store and setting the type of data that we are going to store. Okay, once we have the store and store ID, we can call this use client persister and start. So this is going to start a new, so this is going to create the persister and start the persister. Okay, and then we need to pass the store ID, store initial content JSON, which is going to be a string, and then we are setting the collaborators for each list that we're going to create. Okay, then we call the use server synchronization. Basically, this is going to start the synchronization. We pass the same information, store ID and store, and then we use the provide the use provide store, which basically is going to allow us to keep adding more stores dynamically based on the user needs, I guess, and then we return null. Cool. So that's it for this at the moment. This is going to be for a shopping list. And we also have this shopping list store. And this is plural, so this is multiple lists. So let's now do the list, right? List of list. It's going to be very similar. So now once we have done the first one, the second one is going to be like this. First of all, we need to specify the store ID prefix, right? So in this case, shopping list with an S, important that you see the S. If we come back to the previous one, we don't have an S, it's just singular, and this is plural, right? So this is going to be the store that is going to hold all the lists that we have, right? And then table schema, we are defining the tables. So in this case, we're going to have a list of lists, okay? And we're going to identify this list by ID, and each list is going to have a initial content JSON of type string. Cool. So that's our schema. Then let's grab the hooks that we're going to use from TinyBase. Okay, so this is how it looks. If you remember, we imported this previously. So let's do the same in this file. Cool. And here it says not values schema. So let's import this from TinyBase with schema. All right, so these are the hooks that we're going to use. Use create mergeable store, use delete row, use provide store. It's the same that we used before. Use rows ID, use store, use table. So pretty, I would say, not super complicated. Hooks, important, guys. So if we come back here, we are using this use store ID, and the store for each list is going to be based on the list ID. But this shopping list store, it's going to be a list for a specific user, which means we are going to have synchronization for this specific user across devices, right? So we need to somehow create a store that is going to be unique to this user. So in this case, it's a good idea to use the user ID. And let's use another use store ID. And in this case, we're going to prefix with the shopping list plural. And then we can use our hook use user. So let's grab this from Clerk Expo. So the current authenticated user ID is going to be the store ID. Okay. So now down here, I'm going to say export default function shopping list store. So this is like a component that is going to be calling my hooks. So first of all, I need this store ID. Let's call the use store ID. This is just a hook that is going to get me my specific user store ID. Then let's grab the store. The store is going to use the use create mergeable store. And this is going to take a function that is going to create the store. And we are going to call the create mergeable store with schemas. And then we call this set table schema. And we pass the type that we are going to be handling in here. So it's going to be tables schema. Okay, so let's hit save. This is how it looks. Okay, so I have my store. I have my store ID. Once I have that, I can create the client persister and start the persister. So let's use the create client persister. And this is no more and no less that the same hook that we created before. This is just creating the the persister, and then it's starting the persister as well. So this is how it looks. We're passing just the initial content. Yeah, nothing too complicated. You can come back in here, just create the persister, checks if there is an initial content for a newly created store, and then start the persister. That's all. So we call the hook, and this is going to take the store ID. So let's pass the store ID, and it's going to take the store as well. So let's pass these two options. Now, this is the client. Let's use now the synchronizer. So I'll say create server synchronizer and start. It's the same hook. It's going to take the ID and the store. Okay, cool. Now, after this, remember that we're going to be adding stores dynamically. So we need to call this provide store and pass the store ID and store. Cool. Finally, in the previous one, if I go at the end, we return it null because this is not going to return anything. But this is a component, right, that we need to use somewhere. So for each user, I'm going to return, let's grab the object dot entries of the use table, and we're using use table now from TinyBase. Use table needs to know which list. So if I open this, I'm going to grab the table lists, and let's access the store ID. Okay, and then basically I'm getting all the lists that I have for each user in here, and then we can iterate over each list. And for each list, I'm going to get an array, which is going to be the list ID in the first position. And in the second position, we're going to have the initial content JSON. And we have autocomplete, as you can see in here. And then for each one of these, I'm going to create a store. Okay, so let's call a shopping list, which is 1T store. So let's import this. This is coming from here, guys. Okay, so finally, I'm calling this shopping list store. This is going to create a store for each one of my lists. Okay, I hope that makes sense. So we need to pass each list ID. So I'm going to pass the list ID here, and then the initial content JSON, which is going to be the initial content JSON, and then the key. So this is just so that we don't have a warning, and hit save. So I hope this makes sense, guys. Basically, I'm getting my user list, and actually we could abstract this, I think. Const current user list is going to be equal to this. And then for each one of these current user lists, we are going to iterate over them. We grab the list ID, the initial content JSON, and then we generate a new store for each one of them. So we have a store of stores. I hope that makes sense. Now let's hit save. And yeah, this is basically how we can start the stores. And once we have started the stores, we can start creating operations within the store. So the first operation that we want to do is going to be create a new list. So now up here, outside of this component, we can start creating some cool stuff and some cool hooks like this one called use add shopping list callback. So this is going to return a callback function that is going to add a new shopping list to the current user store. Okay, so what do we need to do? First of all, we need to grab the store. So I'm going to say store equal to use store, and then let's pass the store ID. Okay, this is coming from my hook up here. Oops. And then once we have the store, we can do operations within the store. So this is going to return a callback. So let's return this use callback using React. And this callback, it's going to have a function and an array of dependencies. The array of dependency is going to include this store, which means we want to generate this callback function each time that the store changes. So for this callback that we're going to expose, whenever we want to create a new list, we need to get the name of type string, description of the list of type string, emoji of type string, and color of type string. And this is a comma. Okay, so this is my list. This is the parameters that I need so that we can create a new list. Cool. So inside of this, I'm going to generate a new ID, and I'm going to call random. Yeah, so I need to import this, import from, and I'm going to be using Expo Crypto. And Expo Crypto, it's a package that actually comes, I think, already installed. I don't remember. No, I think we install it. Yes, so you need to install Expo Crypto so that we can use this library to auto-generate a unique identifier. So we can import from here random UUID. And let's generate that using random UUID. Okay, so once we have this ID, we can access the store and set a new row in the table list. And then the ID of the row, it's going to be the new UUID. And then we pass the data. So it's going to be the ID, initial content JSON. It's going to be a JSON. So we need to say stringify, and then we pass an array. So the first item, it's going to be an empty object because at the beginning, we won't have any data. And then we pass these values. So I'll say name, description, emoji, and then we pass the color, and then we pass the created at. This is going to be equal to a new date. We can set these values because we are not getting those from the parameters. So I'll say to isOstring, and we can do the same for the updated at. And by the way, the updated at is actually optional. It's not really needed when we are using CRDTs. But yeah, this is how it looks. Okay. So now we have this really cool abstraction in this hook that will allow me to create a new item. So yeah, let's go ahead and use this. By the way, we need to use this ShoppingListsStore. So yeah, to call this component, let's go to the layout of the index. Here's where we have the TinyBase provider. And in here, I will use my ShoppingListsStore with an S, right? This one. So let's hit save. Okay. And we got our error because I didn't set my sync server. So it's a good time, I guess, to create our server. Alrighty guys, so we are ready to start creating our server. And the only thing I did is that I went to my root folder and deleted as well the server folder that was empty at the moment right now. So I deleted that because I'm going to create a new Cloudflare project with the durable objects started. And this is going to create a new folder. So if I hit enter running this command, Cloudflare is going to ask me how do I want to name this. So I'll name this server. That's why I deleted the previous server. And that's all you need to do. Just run bond create Cloudflare latest, passing the durable objects started if you want to. And then just let's select the hello world example, TypeScript. Let's hit enter to everything. And by the way, if you haven't created your Cloudflare account, you need to create one and make sure that you have access to the durable objects feature. So in this case, it's asking me if I want to create a GitHub version control. So I'll say no. Do you want to deploy your application? I won't deploy it right now. I'm going to wait a little. So I'll say no, and that's it. Okay. So this is my application. And now we can CD into the server and start developing. So let's go to the server. Let's go to the package JSON. This is a Node application, sorry. And the only dependency is that it has Vitess pool workers, types, workers types, TypeScript, and then Wrangler. Wrangler is, I guess, the important one, since wrangler.toml, it's this file that will contain configuration about our project. So we're going to be changing some stuff in here. If you want, you can install an extension for toml files. Let's actually go ahead and do that. Let's search for toml. Okay, so I'll just go ahead and install this. Even better, toml. Let's install it. And yeah, let's close this. Let's go back to the toml. And now we have nice syntax highlights. Okay, so now we can see that we have a name for the project, which is server. Main file is going to be the index.ts, and then compatibility date, some flags in here, and observability enabled. And then we have a bunch of comments that you can read if you want to. But in this case, what I want to do is just come to my source index. And this is how a Cloudflare worker first project looks like. So yeah, it's just like a hello world function. And yeah, it's just saying hello world. So if now I go ahead and run this by saying bun, let's see the package, bun dep. This is going to start this in this localhost server. So if I come here and paste that in here, you can see a hello world. And that's all we are doing in here. So the first thing that we need to do is install TinyBase in our server. So I'll say bun install TinyBase, hit enter. Just like that, we now have TinyBase in here. And then we can go to the index. And what I'll do is I'll just delete everything and import the following from TinyBase. Create marginable store, create durable objects persister, and this is coming from persisters durable object storage, and get WS server, WebSocket server durable object fetch, WebSocket server durable object, and all this is coming from TinyBase synchronizers WebSocket durable object. So then the only thing that we need to do is have this class. In this case, we're calling this one groceries durable object, extends WebSocket server durable object. So this basically is going to create a web server with this durable object, create persister, and then create durable objects store persister, calling the create marginable store. And then basically we are storing everything in this durable object, accessing the context. So you can learn more about durable objects in the Cloudflare documentation. But what we are doing here is that we are persisting the state, or basically the storage inside this durable object, so that we can, sync the data across clients. And then we export the fetch function, calling the get server durable object fetch, passing this namespace. So let's hit save, and now let's run this again. Bun dep. Okay, so the server started 8787. Let's reload. And now we get this upgrade required title. And that's fine. The reason why we're getting that message is because now this is not an HTTP server, but instead it's a WebSocket server. So let's close this for now. Let's leave this running. And now this is our WebSocket, although it says HTTP, by the way. So let's copy this and let's go to the end file inside the client and add our link in here. Now this is a WebSocket, remember? So let's say WS. And now if you want to have like a secure WebSocket, you need to have an extra S. And this is good because when we are using the deployed version of the WebSocket, you need to have a secure connection. So otherwise, the connection is going to fail. Okay, so let's leave that running and let's go to the client. So I'll create a new terminal. So I'll cd into the client, npx expo start, and let's reload the simulator. Okay, so now everything is working. And yeah, so no errors, everything looks fine. And that's our server. Honestly, that's all it is to it. If you want to deploy it, you can simply come to the wrangler.toml and then add some configuration in here. So these are worker logs. That's fine. You can leave them there. After this, you will need to have a durable objects binding. Let's see if we have more documentation about it. Yeah, so bind a durable object. And durable objects are a scale to zero compute primitive based on the actor model. Durable objects can live for long as needed, and use this when you need a long-running server, such as a real-time application. Okay, so in this case, we want real-time functionality, and the only configuration we need is just passing the durable objects binding in here, which is the name of the class that we created in the index, and then the class, the name and the class name, which it's the same, right? So yeah, once you have this, you can simply just run deployed, which is this script. And I can do that if you want me to. Let's deploy it and let's see what happens. So I'll come back here, stop the server, and then I'll say bon dev. Let's see what happens. Okay, so I think, yeah. So I think there is an issue in your Wrangler. You have configured durable objects exported by this worker, but no migrations. Basically, I think we can just copy this and I'll put it in here and hit save. So yeah, I think that fixed the issue. Let me move this to the left. So basically, we need to kind of migrate every time that we make a change and we deployed or run the Wrangler. So it's saying add the following migrations version 1, and you can check the documentation. So let's try to run again this, and now everything works fine. Now, in fact, I will deploy this, and to deploy this, we can simply say bon run deploy. Cool. This is going to ask you for your credentials if you haven't entered them already, but I already entered mine. So this is going to directly deploy this. And yeah, so your worker has access to the following. Okay. There is an error. Okay, guys, so the issue has been fixed. Basically, I needed to add this migration, and then it looks like my previous class name was my durable object, and so then I migrated to this class name, and yeah, that's it. So after this, I ran deployed, and now this should be deployed to this link. So let's go and see. Okay, and here we have it. So we have the same message, but in this case, this is deployed in Cloudflare. Now let's go to my Cloudflare account. I'm going to sign in. Cool. Now on the left, I'm going to scroll to the workers, durable objects, and I can see my two deployed applications. This is the latest one implemented right now. So the first one is the one that I use for testing, and this one is the one that we just deployed, and you can see some of the requests, the one that I just did with trying to access the website. And that's it. So now we can come back, and this is the link. We can use it. So in this case, let's copy all the way here. Let's go to the end file, and we can duplicate this and just paste this in here. So that's my deployed one. But for now, I'm going to comment it. But yeah, so it's super easy to deploy it, as you can see. That's all I needed to do. You just need to have an account with Cloudflare, and that's it. So that's all the logic we need here. And it's crazy. I'm super surprised about this. So for now, I'm going to run bon dev in the server. Okay, so I get this error. And by the way, I think in this case, we don't need this anymore. Let's try to run this again. Bond dep. Okay, yeah, now this works. So yeah, I removed the migration since we are starting fresh with a groceries durable object. So that's why I think this migration should do it. So yeah, okay, so we're good. Now this is my server 8787, and this is what I'm using here. So yeah, let's close this. Let's close this. We have our server running in the localhost and deployed, so that's good. Yeah, let's close the server here. And now we can come back to the client. So let's go to the client, and in the client, we are connected. So let's go ahead and create our first item. Let's go to the index, create new list. So let's go inside the list, create, and we have this handle create list. Cool. So if you remember, we created a hook that will return a callback to create an item. So let's use this add shopping list equal to use add shopping list callback. Okay, so this is returning this function, and then inside this function we can call the function. But first we need to have some validation. So if we don't have a list name, then we can simply return. If we have a list, we get the list ID from the use add shopping list, and then we pass the list name. It's also going to get the, let me close the terminal. It's also going to get the description. So list description, then the emoji. So I think selected emoji should go here, selected color, and that's it. Finally, after this, I will replace my route. I will navigate to the list ID, right? So I'll do that later. Navigate to list details. So for now, this should create a list, okay? And then we could pass a list when we navigate, right? And pass list ID. Cool. So actually, I think we need to create this list ID screen. Sorry, this list details screen. So inside the list folder, let's go ahead and create a new folder. And I'm going to have this list ID folder like this one. So having these brackets means that we expect the route to have parameters. So we can do that in here. And then I'm going to have an index.tsx. We can have as well a layout if you want to, but inside this index, I'm going to get the list ID. So let's say export default function list screen, and then this is going to return a fragment. Okay, so inside this list screen, let's use the router from Expo Router and also the parameters. So I'm going to use local search params hook, and then I'm going to grab from this the list ID that we're going to pass in the params. And let's type this so we can say as list ID of type string. This way we know that list ID is going to be of type string. So inside this, I will have a flat list from React Native. And the data, it's going to be the shopping list, right? So for now, let's say data equal to an array of list ID. And list ID is going to be the only item at the time. So we need a render item function as well. So this render item is going to return the item. And then we can simply have a theme text for now that is going to return or just render the item. Okay, so yeah, let me remove this extra tag in here and let's import all as React from React. Cool. So yeah, we are getting that and putting in the list, and that should do it for now. So let's go to the create, and in here, let's navigate. So I'll say router dot, yeah, so I need to use the router in here. Use router from Expo Router. Oops. And then let's come here and say dot replace. So we can pass the path name. This is going to be list ID. And then let's pass the params. So it's going to be list ID. Okay, so let's go ahead and hit save. Okay, and I have a warning here. Let's see what's going on. Let's go here. So I'm not returning anything in this use add shopping list item. So after this, I actually want to return the ID. So let's hit save. And now the error is gone. And when we replace the route, we should pass this ID in here. Great. So that's the advantage of using TypeScript. We can get these errors super quickly. And yeah, so let's try to create a new list. Let me bring the terminal and see if we have any errors. So first list and then create list. Okay, so let's reload because I think the screen didn't load. So let's create a new list. Try to. Awesome. So this is working and we cannot see the ID, but actually the header is covering it. So the list ID should be there. And this means that we created an item, by the way. So we can now get this item by ID. Let's go to the index screen. And in here, I'm going to access the stack from Expo Router dot screen. And let's set some options like header, large title equal to false. Yeah, so if I scroll down, that's the new list ID. And at this point, now we are using TinyBase, which is great. Okay, so what I'll do is just delete this. And then I will add this content inset adjustment behavior. Okay, so now we should see this fine. Okay, so now we have some items, right? Let's put those items in the index screen so that we know what's going on, right? How many items we have and things like that. So I'll go to my index screen in the index segment on the screen. And if I scroll down, we have this sign out and home. So let's just get rid of those. And in here, I want to display the list of items. So we need to get the items. And to do that, let's go to our shopping list, ShoppingListsStore. And let's do something similar to the add, but in this case, we're going to have a hook. So let's say export const use shopping list IDs. This is going to be a function that is going to return a list of IDs. So we can use this use row IDs hook from TinyBase, and this is going to ask me, okay, which table do you want the IDs? And I want the IDs of the list, and then use store ID. So we need to specify the store ID, and that's it. So now we can come back here and grab those use shopping list IDs, or use this hook in here. So let's do that. And I'll do that in here. And I'll import this hook. And what I want to do now is just simply have a flat list that is going to iterate over these items instead of having this body scroll view. So let's replace this. Let's import flat list from React Native. And now this is going to render an item, which is going to be a shopping list item. But of course, I don't have this item yet. So for now, let's just render let's do a link from Expo Router that is going to render the list ID. And the href, it's going to be the list, let's say list, where is this route? Yeah, so let's actually specify the path name and params like this. So the path name is going to be the list ID, and then we were going to pass the parameters, which is the list ID. Cool. Then we have this content container style. So let's create some styles down here. Let me import platform. Yeah, so the list container is just having a padding top of 8. Let's import this style sheet from React Native. Now we can use this style. We are setting the adjustment automatic and the list empty component. So the list empty component is going to be actually a super simple component. Let me close the terminal so that we can see a bit more. I will create this component in here. And basically this is just a scroll view component that is going to use an icon circle. And then we are grabbing a random background color. And for the onPress to create your first list, we're going to create a function called handle list press, which basically should take you to the new list, right? So I guess instead of having this function, I can simply say router.push to list.new, and then we can get rid of this one. Let's get rid of the sign out as well. Okay, so let's hit save. And yeah, let's reload the app. Okay, so as you can see, we don't see anything. And that is because, oh yeah, so we couldn't see anything because we're using just a link. So let's bring that and let's reload. So we actually have 2 items in this case. And yeah, when I press one of them, we navigate to the to the details screen, which is working amazingly great. And yeah, so this is like basically the core functionality. Once we have these IDs, we can do whatever we need. So when we navigate, we fetch the information based on the ID. And now this should be working as well with our server. So let's try to run this on a different device. Okay, so here I have this iPhone SE. Let's see, I'm using the same account in both devices. And theoretically, we should be able to see the same data across these 2 devices. So let's go ahead and create a new item here. Let's select test, create, and let's go back here. Now let me reload. Okay, and I don't see it on the left. Okay, let's try to use the deployed one, adding an extra S in here. And let's try to restart the server. Expo start. Let's reload. Let's reload. Okay, so I'm able to create, oh my goodness. Okay, so 46, yeah, this is a different one. So I think on the server, I'm missing this slash, by the way. So let's try to start again. And let's see if that fixes the issue. Okay, and that fixes the issue. So very important, guys. In the server, we need to have this slash. That's why this wasn't working. And now the synchronization is working just fine. So if I create a component here, a new list, you can see that instantly appears on the other side. So let's just create a bunch of them. And yeah, cool. So this is working great. I was scared for a little bit, but yeah, I was missing just the slash in the server. So let's try to see if this works on the local host. So let's say npx export run start. Again, I changed the server to be localhost in this case, and let's try to create some items. Okay, and it's working fine. So you can test and continue. If you don't want to pay $5 to Cloudflare, you can do this locally in your machine. And then once you are ready to deploy this, you can deploy it with a Cloudflare. So yeah, I'm gonna be using right now the local host, but it's gonna be working as well with the WSSS. Cool. So now that this is working, I'm super happy. Let's continue. Let's close this. Let's close this. And now we have data, and we are in a point where we can continue abstracting more cool stuff. Like in this case, we did with the hook use IDs. So yeah, now we are passing this list ID every time that we go to the details screen. And I think now we are ready to just work a little bit on the UI and yeah, start deleting and updating stuff. So what do you think if we start with the component item that we should have in the list in the home screen? So let's do that. So in this case, I'm just rendering this ugly link, but we should create this shopping list item. So let's go ahead and copy this, and I'll go to my components and let's create a new file, shoppinglistitem.tsx. Okay, so I'll say export default function shopping list item, and let's return an empty fragment for now. Yeah, so let's import all as React from React. And down here, I will have, maybe for now we can have a theme text that renders the list ID. So we need to get the list data, right? Actually, instead of rendering the list ID, we should render the list name. So for this, let's create a nice abstraction in the shopping list store. So yeah, we have the shopping list. So in this case, we want to get data related to the shopping list, and let's do it here. I will create this really cool function that it's going to return a pair of one, the property of the shopping list, and two, a callback that updates it. And this is going to manage the state directly to TinyBase. It's like a use state, but instead of using React for the state, we are using TinyBase. The cool thing about this is that I will import this from TinyBase with schemas. The cool thing about this hook is that we can pass the list ID and the value that we want to access in this list ID. And because we are using this directly from with TinyBase, it's going to update every time that there is an update. So we can see real-time updates if someone is updating the shopping list title, for example, and you are on the home screen, this is going to detect the value directly. So this is just using basically the list ID and value ID that we want to access, and we are typing this with the schemas like this. Okay, so this is the value and the list ID, and then we're using this use value, and this is a hook that comes from TinyBase, as you can see there. And then we're also using use value callback. Use set value callback. So use value is going to return just a single value, and you can see some examples in here. We only need to pass the value ID and the store or store ID. In this case, we are using the hook use store ID based on the list ID. This also gets the value dependencies. So in this case, we don't have any dependencies. That's why we have this empty array in here. So let's go ahead and hit save and use this shopping list value. Let's come here and I will say const equal to use shopping list value, and the list ID, we need to pass it in here. So this is going to get, by the way, the list ID as property. So in here, I'll say we're going to get the list SDA property. And so then we can use that ID to grab this value. And then the value that I want to get in here is going to be the name of the list. So we can grab the name, and we could access the set name as well if we want to. But in this case, I only want the name. So in here, I can just come and say render the name. Okay, so this is a really cool abstraction, and we can do the same for each property. So if I duplicate this and change this for emoji and just change this for emoji, and we have autocomplete, by the way. So let's add the emoji in here and hit save. And now let's use this in the list. So I'll remove this. Well, I'll just keep this for now and import this component, hit save, and reload. Okay, and it's working. So as you can see now, we have the title and the emoji. So this looks really cool. Of course, this is not doing anything right now. We need to add the navigation. But before I do that, I want to go back to my shopping list store where we created this function. And now let's create a new function. I will create one in here. I mean, it's not a function, it's a hook. Use shopping list product count. And this is going to abstract very nicely, getting the count of products for each list. So we need to pass the list ID, and then we use the use row count. We pass the product and then the store ID, and this is going to return a number. That's it. Let's create a new another hook, and this hook is going to be used for getting the collaborators' names or nicknames. So if you remember, when we create a list, we are going to be adding the user as collaborator. So if we have many users, we're going to end up with many collaborators with the same list ID. So what we are doing here is just using the collaborators table. For each one of them, we are grabbing the nickname and then just returning. Okay, so let's go ahead and hit save. And now we can come back with these very nicely abstracted operations and then use them in here. So what I'll do is I'll just paste this in here, and let's import these two new hooks that we created. And yeah, just passing the list ID, this is going to get the value. We also need a hook for deleting the list. So if we come here, remember that this is going to be handling the state of the list. But to delete a list, we need to do it in the shopping list in the store of the user, right? So that we don't track this list anymore. So let's come here and let's create a hook called use delete shopping list callback. We are going to delete it by ID, and then it's going to use the delete row callback from the list, passing the ID. So super nice abstraction. Let's go ahead and hit save, and then we can use that in here. Okay, and let me import this. Now I'm going to use some styling here, guys. So I'll just go ahead and paste the styles that I'm going to be using in here. And if you want to see each one of them specifically, just go ahead and pause the video to see what each style does. And then I'm going to import these colors from our constants. Okay, so we're going to have a swipeable item in here, and this swipeable item is going to be using reanimated so that we can swipe and then we can show the delete icon, and when we press the icon we delete the item. But first of all, let's just create a link that is going to handle the navigation when we press this item. So I'll import this from Expo Router. Inside this, I'm going to create a view. So let's import this from React Native. And then I will also import my component icon circle. And I think I'm missing a closing tag in here. So let's hit save. Okay, so just like that, it looks very nice. As you can see in both devices, should look nice. Yeah, cool. So this is basically a view that is containing this swipeable container, and we have this left content, which is just the icon, and a view, which is rendering the product count and the name of the list. So we cannot create items inside the list now. This is just the list name, which is fine for now. The next thing that I'll do is that I will use animated from React Native reanimated, and I'm going to say that this is an animated view. And let's close this tag down here, animated view, and then let's go ahead and say that I will have a reanimated swipeable. It's going to come from React Native gesture handler reanimated swipeable. So we can even copy this, come here, and wrapped this component. So this is going to be swipeable. Let's paste it in here and hit save. Everything should work the same way. And yeah, so I have this error at this point because now we need to have a gesture handler root view. So for that, let's go to the client to the main layout, and I will wrap everything into a gesture handler root view. So let me import that in here. Okay, so I'm importing gesture handler root view from React Native gesture handler. This is like a provider that will allow us to have animations and gestures within our application. So once I do this, everything should work just fine, as you can see there. And yeah, we can come back in here and we added the swipeable. So this means that these components are swipeable now, as you can see there. And this is how it looks so far. So when I swipe left, I want to show the delete action, right? So for that, let's create a component that is going to render the right action, as you can see in here. So this is going to be using a shared value from React Native Reanimated, and then we can use this use animated style hook from Reanimated as well. And let's use a pressable so that when the user presses this button, I will delete these haptics for now. I don't think they are needed for this video. And then when the user presses this, I will have a icon symbol that is going to trigger the delete callback function that we have in here. And actually, I think we can just simply call this delete callback in here. So that's it. That is easier. So up here, I'll come and import as well Reanimated. And finally, we have an icon symbol that we can import from the symbols, which is the trash.fill. So if I swipe left, nothing is going to happen because in the reanimated swipeable component, we need to specify these properties. So let's go ahead and do that. I will add these properties, and basically I'm just rendering the right action when we swipe left. Okay, and this is how we achieve this really cool functionality. And when I press the delete, the item it's going to be deleted because we are triggering this callback function. Okay, that is awesome. Now we are missing the nicknames for the shopping list. So after this view in here, I will include this view, which is going to render the nickname of the users. So just to give you an idea of how this is going to look, we're going to have a nickname circle component, and this nickname circle component is going to be a fairly simple component that is going to render a letter. And this component, I'm just going to put it outside in here. This is how it's going to look. I'm going to import use color scheme from React Native, and we're going to pass these properties to the circle nickname. Just add theme text that is rendering a nickname or an ellipsis if it's the last item, right? So in this case, we won't see anything because the validation that I have here is that if the length of nicknames is greater than 1, which means there is at least 2 people sharing the same list. But to test this out, we can simply duplicate this and create a dummy data array. For example, we can say that Beto is here and it's sharing with Cesar. Now, when we have 2 nicknames, we have this really nice animation. I mean, not animation, but really nice letters with the initials. So we can keep adding more people like James and then John. And if there are more than 4 people, we are not going to be rendering more circles. In this case, let's just say test. In this case, we're going to add this ellipsis, which means there are more people, right? So I think this is a really cool way to see this. And yeah, so let's create a new list quickly just to see how this looks. And let's change the color, create list. Let's go back and it's working. Awesome. Amazing. So this is looking very nicely. So let's use the original nicknames. So in this case, we are not sharing anything. That's fine. And yeah, that's it for this screen actually. We are just using the nicknames array and validating if it's greater than 1. Then we render this view. If the length is equal to 4, then we render all the 4 letters. But if if we only have 3, only render 3, and if you only have 2, we only render 2, and that's it. And if we have more than 4, we render the ellipses, right? Cool. All right, so that's the shopping list screen. Let's go ahead and close everything. I think we need to start fresh from here. Now, let's work on the list details screen. So let's go to this screen. So in here, we are getting the list ID as parameter, and we can use that value to get the values of the list. So let's import or use shopping list value hook, and then we can simply grab the name, emoji, description, and all the data we need for this list. Cool. Okay, so then we also are setting this new product href, which is a route to take the user to create a new product when we press the create button. So, okay, so we haven't created that button yet. We are going to create it in a moment. So what I'll do now is that I come here and paste these options in here, and let's go through them one by one. Basically, we have a header right, which is going to render a React Native view. And then we have a pressable, which is going to have a button. Let me delete the haptics. We don't need them for now. We are using router, and we are pushing to this route, which is giving me an error because we haven't created this shared route. So we are going to come back to this later. And then this is going to have a symbol. So let's import this symbol. And finally, let's delete this as well. We are navigating to the edit on the other button. So let's comment this for now. We haven't created that screen yet. And then we have more haptics. Let's delete those. We have the new product href, which is giving an error because we don't have that route as well. So let's hit save. And this is what we are doing, basically just setting the large header and these icons that are going to take us to the others screens. So that's basically a very simple header. And then we will have a flat list that is going to access the values, right? So let me just go ahead and paste this flat list because I don't want to make this video super long. And then we can go through these together. This is going to be an animated flat list that I'm importing from React Native Animated. And then I'm using the data. I'm using the use shopping list products IDs. So again, we need to create these use shopping list products IDs because right now we have where's it in the list? We have these use IDs. So we need to do the same, but for the IDs that live inside the list, which means the ID of the products. So that's going to be in this file. Okay, so let's add them in here. This is how my hook looks. Use shopping list product IDs. We need to know the list ID, the cell ID. This is going to be equal to the created ads. And then the order, descending, offset, limit. We can play around with these values, but we only need the list ID and cell ID. Okay, this is going to use the use sorted row IDs, and this is a hook from TinyBase. We specify the products, cell ID, descending, offset, limit, and use store ID. Okay, the store ID that we want to retrieve this information from. So now we can come back in here and import this hook, passing the list ID. And by default, it's going to be created at the cell ID. Okay. So yeah, then render item, it's going to iterate for each item. And for each one of them, we want to render a shopping list product item. So we haven't created this component yet. We're going to create it in a moment. And down here, we have a body scroll view. So we have the list header, and then we have the empty list component. And this is the component that we are going to render when we don't have anything. So instead, in this case, let's create a button. And this button is going to come from our components, add the first product to the list. And if the user presses this button, then we are going to push to this ref. So let's go ahead and hit save. So in this case, we don't have any products. That's why we are seeing this. We haven't added the ability to create products, right? So let me minimize this phone and let's just keep this one in here. Let me bring this back. Okay, so this is what we have so far. Now we are not rendering anything. We need to create this item. So let's go to the components, create a new file, .tsx. This is going to be the shopping list product item, very similar to what we did with the shopping list item. So it's a good exercise for you to try to create this component. But yeah, so I'll just go ahead and copy what I have in here and paste it in here. And I have an error here because I haven't created these routes, by the way. So that's fine. Let's just leave that as it is. And in this case, yeah, we need to create two more hooks. Use shopping list product sell and use shopping list product callback. Okay, so let's create those hooks that are going to help us to get the product information. So let's create the use shopping list product sell. I will add this in here. Okay, and this is going to return a pair property product in the shopping list. Okay, so this is basically what we did before with the list, but in this case we are applying it to the product. So we're going to get the value and a setter function, and it's very similar, but in this case we're going to be using sell. So let's use the sell type from the schemas, TinyBase schemas. So let's go ahead and hit save. Now if I come back, you see that this warning is gone. Now we need to create the delete shopping list product callback. This is an easy one, and I will add it in here. This is just going to use the use delete row callback, pointing to the product, passing the product ID in the current list or the store. Let's hit save. Let's come back. Warnings are gone. And now we can use these values with setter functions, which is great. Cool. So yeah, we are getting the name, the status of the purchased. So, and then we're also getting the delete callback using the use shopping list delete item. Right action, it's going to be this component. Let me just go ahead and delete these haptics. If you want to leave the haptics, that's fine. I will just delete them. This is the trash icon as well. So it's the same logic that we had before. This is a reanimated swipeable item with these properties. We're passing the right action. And then this is just a simple view. And yeah, that's it. So that's how it looks. Down here, I have this icon, right? I don't know why, but yeah, let's hit save. Let's go to an item. And yeah, so we don't have anything. So on the add the first product, this item, it's fine for now. We can come back to it if we need to. But now we need to start handling adding products, right? So let me import this component into the screen. And then when we press the add the first product, we need to route to this new product href. So inside list ID, I'm going to create a new folder. And this is going to be a product. And inside of it, we're going to have a new screen. The new screen is going to look like this. Let's paste it in here. Now use add shopping list product callback. So in this case, we need to have this hook as well. So let's go to the store and create this hook. Okay, so let's scroll down. This is going to be in the list store, and we want to add a new product, right? So to add a new product, we are going to return a callback function that is going to get the list ID and the items. And we need to import crypto as well. So let's do that from Expo Crypto, and we need the random UUID. Okay, so this is how it looks. This is adding a product, and we can set the name, quantity, units, and nodes. Okay, cool. So now let's go back here. Let's go back to the new screen. And yeah, so the new item screen is just going to get the list ID as well on the parameters. And then we're using use state to get the first input of the product. Once we get this input, we can create the product. And when we are updating, we can use TinyBase to handle the update, because that is going to update all the clients in real time with synchronization. Okay, then we're using router. We get the add shopping list callback from this hook that we just created, passing the list ID. And then we have this handle create function, which is going to just validate that we have a name. And if we do have a name, we're going to add that to the list of product. Okay, we pass the variables and then we say router back, which is going to take us to the previous screen where we should see now the new item, which is this screen right here. And then, yeah, this screen is just rendering a save and cancel header buttons. So let's go ahead and hit save. And let's see if I press this button. Let me go back in here. Yeah, so I think we need to add this screen to the stack. Let's see what happens. Yeah, nothing is happening. So let's go to the layout of the index and let's add this screen. So I will scroll all the way down and I will add this list product ID .new. And yeah, so let's reload. I'm getting a warning, by the way. Yeah, that's fine. And let's see why it's not going there. So we have a list index and then new product. Oh yeah, so I think I'm not doing anything. That's why. Okay, so now it's working. Cool, so this is the add product screen. And we have this really nice sheet presentation that I'm defining here. So yeah, once we add an item, let's press save and we can see it here. And we can see that this is handling as well the swipeable item. So let's close this, close the terminal so that we can see what's going on here. Let me as well uncomment these routes. And let's go ahead and create those screens that we are missing. Cool. Okay, everything else looks fine. This is just using the list IDs, and each item is rendering the shopping list product item, which is a swipeable. We can double check that in here, and just deleting when we press the delete. So let's see if this works. Yep, it's working. Awesome. And this, by the way, will work in real time. So in here, now we need to create this edit and share. Okay, so this is going to live inside this list ID. So let's go ahead and create a new file, share.tsx, and we're also going to need the edit. So I'll create a new file called edit.tsx. Great. Awesome. Now the warnings are gone and we can navigate to those screens. And yeah, so to edit, by the way, this is going to break. Let's go here. So when we press the edit, we need to render a new screen. So let me bring that screen in here. Let me paste it and let's go through it one by one. So the list screen, yeah, this is going to be actually the edit screen. I think I copy pasted as well. Let's see if we can navigate. Let me reload. Let's go in here. And by the way, yeah, this is the edit of the list ID, which is going to take me here. This is how it looks. We need to, first of all, go to the layout of the index, and then let's add this to the list. So I'll just duplicate this one. And in this case, it's going to be list ID, and then we have a edit. Okay, and let's hit save. All right, and now this is the presentation. You can change this if you want, by the way. But yeah, this is how it looks. Now let's do the same for the share one. But by the way, the shared it's going to open the QR code. So yeah, I think this is, by the way, in this one, I think I want to take the full width. So yeah, I'll just change this to be share, hit save, and let's see. So if I come here, yeah, let's analyze this component. Let's go back. Oh yeah, so by the way, I forgot to change the title. So it's going to be edit, and this one is going to be share. Cool, so let's hit save. Let's go back to the edit screen and let's see what this screen is doing. This is just using Expo Router, the list ID from the local parameters so that we know which list we need to update. Then we have the list of values that we are accessing using our nice hooks, use shopping list value, passing the list ID and the field that we want to access. So in this case, we do want to have the setters so that when we update our screen, as you can see here, we get instant updates, okay? And the app reloaded there because I pressed the R. Right now there is a bug, but if I don't press the R, you can see that this is working fine. And we can also add some description down here, like just random characters. This is going to update. You can see it in the background in real time in all the clients. Cool, so this is working great. After this, we have the list creation context because we are using these pickers again. Okay, so if I press this icon, I can update the color and emoji of the list. And this is why we created this context from the start, so that we can reutilize these values and allow the user to update and select the color when they are creating a list. Then we have this same use effect that we created before to clean these variables when we unmount this component. And then update the list when context changes. So in this case, I'm having this weird validation. Maybe we can improve this in the future. But this is going to basically change and set the emoji and set the color into TinyBase whenever we change the ones in the context. Okay, so this is a bit weird, I know, but yeah, maybe we can improve that. And if you want to create a pull request, you are more than welcome. So let me clean this a little bit. I'm just going to delete the haptics so that we can see that when we press the emoji, we're just pushing to the emoji picker. And when we press the color, we're just pushing to the color picker. We have the cancel header, which is this header left cancel button. And then we have a body scroll view with some styling and some inputs. And that's basically it. Okay, so that's all it is to this screen. So I think we're good to move on. Let's just close this one and let's move on to the scan screen. So the scan screen, it's going to allow users to scan a QR code. So let's create this screen in here. Sorry that I'm pasting a bunch of code, but this video is super long and I don't want to type this again. It's already done. But if you want to pause the video and yeah, just go step by step in the code, you can reference the repository. I'm going to leave the link in the description. But yeah, so we have this use join shopping list callback. By the way, this is an interesting hook, which is going to add a new contributor to the shopping list. And we're going to create it in a moment. So let me see. This is going to actually live in the shopping lists plural store. So let's go ahead and create it right now. I'm going to put it here. This is use join shopping list callback. So this is going to return a function that is going to take an ID, and then it's going to set the list with the initial state. This is so that we track the new list in the store of the user. So let's say that you created a list, right? And then you invite me to the list. So when I joined your list, the only thing that I'm doing is just creating the same list with the ID of your list in my storage, in my durable object. so that we now both have the same reference to the durable object. And I'm initializing this to an empty object, or to an empty object, which at the end of the day, it's going to synchronize with your data or the data that is in the server. So this is just so that we can keep track of this list in my local device, and then the data is going to come from the server. So I hope that makes sense. So then we can come back in here. So in this case, we're going to be using Expo Camera, and yeah, we installed this at the beginning. Expo Camera has really nice API. It has a camera view, and then it has a hook called use camera permissions that is going to let us know if we have permissions to use the camera. Otherwise, we're going to prompt the user to use the camera. And then we also have this barcode scanning result, which is great. We can scan QR codes, okay? So first of all, permissions. Then we have this callback to join the list, and then the router. Then we have this Boolean to know if we detected a QR code, and then a timeout reference. So we're going to learn about this in a moment. But the first thing that I'm validating here is that if we don't have permissions to use the camera, just return an empty view, or you could return like a nice text that says you haven't provided permissions and we cannot use this feature. But yeah, so then if we don't have permissions granted, we're going to ask the user to, we're going to request for permissions. So we're just displaying a text. And then we have this function handle confirm join list. So this function is going to confirm that the code was detected. So join shopping list callback. This is going to pass the list ID that I want to join. So this callback is going to handle everything. Once I join the list, or once I create the list in my local device or in my durable object instance, I'm going to dismiss the screen and then push to the QR code detected. So to the list IDs, passing the list ID that we detected with the QR code. Sorry, that's better, I think. So handle barcode scanned. This is another function that we're going to call once the user is scanning the QR code. So when the user is scanning the QR code, we are going to validate, we're going to get this data from Expo Camera, right? So this is the data. And the data is usually a link that is inside the QR code. So in that, I'm going to validate that this link includes a list ID, and that is a valid QR code for our application. So if that's true, we're going to enter this if statement, and then we are grabbing the list ID from the link. Once I have the list ID, I'm going to set the QR code detected flag equal to true with the ID of the list, so that when we call this function, we pass the list ID. Okay, and then I have this timeout of 1 second, which means if the user is pointing to the QR code, and if we detect the QR code, we're going to say, yeah, QR code was detected. But if the user moves the camera and now the QR code is not there, we're going to say, we're going to clear the QR code detected to be an empty string, and then we're going to clear a timeout. So 1 second later, it's the timeout. If the user moves the camera to the left, we are going to wait 1 second, and then we're going to say, we are not detecting anything, so you need to point the camera. And then at the end of the day, we have this camera view that has a style, and we are passing the facing camera to be the back camera. So yeah, after that, on the camera view, we have this view, which is rendering just the QR code detected view. So if we are detecting a QR code, we are going to show the join list button, which is going to handle the confirm join list, passing the list URL or ID, sorry. And otherwise, we're going to say point the camera to a valid shopping list QR code. And we saw this on the demo, so we know how this is going to work. And then we have some styling down here. Okay, so this is how it looks. If you want to pause the video and see the styles, you're more than welcome to do so. And now we have the scan view. So let's see. Let's press this share and let's reload. Yeah, I don't think we have this scan QR code. Yeah, shopping list, use join shopping list callback is not a function. Let's hit save. Let's press again. Okay, and this is working now. All right, so here we have the view, grant permissions, and then it's going to ask us to allow the camera, and then at this point we should see the camera on a real device. So I'm going to cancel that. And yeah, that's the scan view. So now we have the edit. Now we need to create the shared one. We also have the add. Yeah, so let's create the shared list view. So that is going to live inside the list ID and share. So we already had the shared file, but it was empty. This is going to be a simple screen, by the way. Let's go and see if we can get it to work. Yeah, so this is how it looks. It looks beautiful. It has some really nice shadows on the QR code, and yeah, just overall nice user experience and nice UI. But yeah, we are just passing the list ID using the parameters, and then we are just handling the shared list code. And this is when you press this shared list code down here. This is going to open the shared view, and then we are just adding this message to the shared, which is the join my shopping list, and then paste the code, which is just putting the ID so that the users can add a list manually. So if we have the list ID, we can simply call our callback function to join a list. Otherwise, I'm just passing as well the app URL in case they need to download it. And I took this from the App Store because this application is already published. And it's a good idea to add the link if in case they don't have the app link, right? Or the app installed yet. And you can also validate this message based on the platform, of course. So if you are on Android, you wouldn't use the Apple link. But yeah, so I'm going to need to update that in the future. Then it's just text, and the QR code, it's coming from this really cool library, React Native QR code SVG. So we installed this dependency at the beginning as well. And the way we use it is just by providing a size and the value, so that when I scan this QR code, I will get this data, which is my app scheme, groceries, shopping list. And this app scheme is going to live in the app JSON, by the way. And this app scheme, if I search scheme here, in this case, you can see it says my app, which is the default value. But I think this is a good time to update this to be groceries shopping list. So this means that this is going to open my application if it's already in the device. And if the user is scanning this on a camera, and we saw this as well on the demo, you can scan this on the camera device, and this is going to take you to the application with these parameters. So we are deep linking to the new screen, and we are passing the list ID as parameter, which is great. This is going to allow us to populate the input to join the list automatically, so the user doesn't have to do anything. And then we have the share button, just a warning that you need to be careful with whom you're sharing the list. And that's it. This is the share screen. Okay, so we have shared, we have create, we have the plus. So let's keep adding more stuff in here. Test. Let's go back. And yeah, so now I think the only screen that we are missing is the profile screen. Oh yeah, and when we press this item, we need to update the item, right? So let's do that. Let's close everything again. And that is going to be, I think, a screen, a specific screen. So we have product, list ID, product new. So inside the product, we are going to have a product ID, right? So let's go ahead and create this product ID route, and we're going to pass the ID of the product to this screen, and then we are going to get the product ID as well as the list ID from this route, so that we know which product to update. And for this, we're going to use shopping list product cell, just passing the list ID, the product ID, and the name of the field that we want to set and read. So we have quantity, units, everything that we want to update, we can come and use it in here. And the things that you don't want to update, you can just use the value, the things that you want to just display. Okay. And then I'm also using the user nicknames, using our hook use shopping list user nicknames. So this is very clean. Having these hooks abstracted allows me to just come here and in one line get the value and the setter, and like magic, this is going to be synchronizing across clients. Now let's add the presentation to the layout of the index. Right next to it, I'm going to add this product route, and just setting the presentation as form sheet, so that when I come back to a product, let's say this one, we have this really nice presentation. And in here, we can start updating stuff. Hello, and the user should be able to see the changes in real time across devices. Okay, so this is great. And this is just a very simple screen. We have a field item that is rendering each one of these items, like the product name. This is the label and the text input. And we are allowing to change this text input based on the unchanged text function that is optional in this property. So because we don't want to allow to change some of the items, that's why we are not passing the setter function to some of them. And yeah, so this is how it looks. We're just rendering a field item for each one of these items. And for those who we want to support updating, we are passing the unchanged text. Okay, cool. So after that, we have just the shared with, and the shared with is just a list of people that is part of this list. And you can see it here. In this case, it's just me. But in the demo, we saw that we had a couple of users as well. And you can test this in the application as well, in the real app, by creating a couple of users or inviting your friends and family and actually use the app. Cool. So yeah, that's it. It's just a details screen for the product. And now let's go to the profile screen. For the profile screen, I think I want to keep this simple. I just want to have a sign out button. So let's use Clerk for that. And we have the session, and we can call this sign out function, and I will have a simple button. And this is just a matter of your preferences on how do you want to set up this. But yeah, when we press this, I want to sign out the user, and then we can say sign out. And we can change the variant to be ghost, and color or style, text style is going to be color apple red. Now, just to finish this video, guys, that it's been super long, I want to show you how to delete an account. And this is very important actually, because Apple requires you to have an option to delete accounts for users. So you need to handle this. And thankfully, Clerk makes this super easy to integrate. So let's go ahead and create this handle delete function here. This is how I do it. Basically, I import an alert from React Native. And this is so that we double confirm with the user if they are completely sure that they want to delete their account, because this action is irreversible. So once they delete their account, we cannot get their information again, or they would need to join the same list that they were part of before. So in this case, I'm going to be using as well the user. So let's grab the user from Clerk as well. And then let's say equal to. And we're using the router as well. So let's use const router equal to use router from Expo Router. And that's it. So once we delete the account of the user, we are just taking the user to the authentication segment of the app. But to delete a user, we simply call user.delete, and the user using this use user. So this is going to, this function is going to delete the user basically from Clerk and from everywhere, and then we sign out the user. And if they try to sign in again with their credentials, they are not going to be able to do so, but they can actually create a new account if they want to. So yeah, this is how you can do that in one line of code and then just redirecting the user. So let's go ahead and do that. Actually, I'll just delete my account and delete, and we take the user back. And if I try to sign in, this won't work. So yeah, let's see what else we're missing. We have the reset password flow. This is working great. We have authentication flow. Let's just, as a recap, try to reset my password. Let me set my email. By the way, I already forgot my password, so yeah, I need to actually reset my password. So this is my other account. I'm going to wait for this, and I got it. So let me copy that and paste it in here. Okay, so I need a new password. I'll just grab like a bunch of random numbers and reset the password. Okay, so I need to add some characters, I would say. Reset password. Okay, and I was able to reset my password. Of course, I'm going to forget that password because I don't know what I typed there. But yeah, this is working great. So yeah, we have the sign out, delete account, and we have the ability to create products. We have synchronization, and I can even bring my other device if you want to, but we already saw the demo. So toggling items, deleting items, everything is working fine. We're handling empty states. We are sharing across devices, and this is working. We already saw the demo as well. And we get the plus to add more items to this list. If you made it this far, congratulations. This was a tough one, especially with the server and all the new stuff about TinyBase and all the state. But once you have the hang of it, I think it's easier to keep adding more features to the application and keep scaling. And the cool thing is that TinyBase is going to handle everything for you. It's going to synchronize the data. And that wraps up today's video, guys. I hope you enjoy building this fully featured local first shopping list application with me. We covered a lot of ground, from integrating TinyBase and Clerk to implementing real-time synchronization and user-friendly features like deep linking and QR code invites. If you find this video helpful, don't forget to leave a like and subscribe to the channel for more content like this. I would love to hear your feedback. Let me know in the comments if you have any questions, suggestions, or ideas for future videos. Remember, the link to download the app and additional resources can be found in the description below. Thanks so much for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Happy coding!